Thank you very much. My name is Mithika Mwenda, the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. So the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is a consortium of diverse organizations bringing together civil society organizations, NGOs, smallholder farmer groups, women organizations, CBOs, faith-based, indigenous communities, grassroots communities, so from 52 African countries. And actually what we are doing now is to ensure that we strengthen ourselves at national level, because we believe that's what the change is required. So we have designated national platforms which brings together our 1,500 members in each country, so that they define their agenda based on our strategy, but also based on their national context, because each country have its own national context. So you will find in the Congo Basin countries, maybe their priorities is forest. So their agenda is defined by what drives their livelihoods. In Southern Africa, for instance, it may be adaptation and also the blue economy. In Eastern Africa, the drought is so pervading, adaptation is critical. So all those things are defined by our membership, and we work across stakeholder groups. We catalyze action, very transformative actions, like what you are seeing here in the Pan-African Parliamentarians Summit on climate policy and equity, driving justice agenda at the core of African Union's policy-making processes, which is represented by the Pan-African Parliament. So we catalyze this kind of collaborations, which really contribute to our bigger agenda in unifying African efforts. And we also serve in the CLIMDEV, Africa Climate for Development in Africa program, which is actually a very, a flagship program of the African Union, hosted at the UN Economic Commission for Africa, but chaired by the African Union, and also level. Africa is disadvantaged in many ways, and we believe that the only solace we have is to come up together, so that by the time we are engaging with other regions and continents, the most powerful countries, our power is numbers and our power is our voice. And that's why you see here the clarion call for the Pan-African Parliament is one Africa, one voice. We are really passionate about that as an alliance. And for us to achieve climate justice is to really elevate the voices of those at the front line. And how can it be done without working with the people who represent our communities, parliamentarians? And that is why we are going to foster this collaboration, so that it is going really to work to other platforms and rope in everybody and ensure that we drive the inertia which has been pervading in Africa, and telling them we have to move. And that is the movement we are catalyzing today.
What are you hoping a summit like this can achieve?
The summit achievement is a unified African voice. That's what we want to achieve. 2 is a roadmap towards the COP 27, but passing through the Africa Climate Summit, which is coming up in Kenya in September 2023. And that is not an event, but part of the process, part of the journey, which we want really for the ideal environment, ideal economy, ideal situation where everybody will be comfortable, the well-being of the people will be the same, where we are going to say, yes, this is Africa, which we are going to bequeath to the current and future generations. The way the just transition is defined in the North is the way it should be defined in Africa. We need our own definition of just transition. The North definition is based on labor, the labor movement. For them, it is about really how they are going to transition after abandoning the fossil fuel, coal, which employing so many people, and of course the oil. And so the concern of the labor movement is, where are we going to take the people which we employ? And that is how the concept of just transition came about. But it is very different from Africa, where we don't have even anything to transition from in that definition. So we need African definition of just transition. And we broaden it to include really how do we adapt to the impacts of climate change. So in our view, we need really also to look into our very nascent industries. Right now, many countries in Africa are exploring oil. And the question is, are we going to leave those assets on the ground so that now we can be answerable to the global community and the North, which have grown within the same, development pathways, and then they are coming to tell us now, okay, because of climate change, it is polluting, now you need to leave our oil. Our presidents, all of them have got a challenge of ensuring that they reach their development paradigms and deliver on their people. Their people need food, their children need to go to school, they need roads, they need everything. Yet, of course, we acknowledge where we are economically. And so, you cannot come and tell Museveni just like that, okay, you have now to leave the oil in the Albertine region because now we need to address climate change, and then without giving him the answer how he is going to meet his development ambition and his commitment to the people of Uganda. And so that's why we need really a very honest conversation here. Yes, we acknowledge that the transition to low carbon, climate resilient development pathways is inevitable. Even if we don't do it in Africa, there is nothing we are doing. In any case, we produce the oil which we produce not for our consumption. It goes actually exported and then comes back into processed products. And so, if the North today decides that, well, we are not going to mint your oil again, where are we going to have it, to take it? So that's why we are talking with our leaders and telling them that, of course, we need our oil. But the question is, let's have a conversation. These assets are going very soon or in very near future to be stranded assets. So for Museveni, for instance, is developing a 1,443-kilometer pipeline, EACOP, from Albertine region to Tanga in Tanzania. Quite huge investment, and those investments are coming in loans. Is that if tomorrow we say that those who want that oil say, to hell with your oil, we don't want it. So we will be left with these stranded assets. You will be left with this oil, and all, of course, having that burden of the loans he has taken to develop that oil pipeline. And that's what we are saying. Let us look into this very critically and see whether they are going to serve us and our leaders are going to understand. So the conversation here in Africa should be completely different from the North, where the movements, civil society are saying, no to hell with oil. Ours should be a very frank discussion so that we understand here within our African context. And that is why we have this debate here. So the conversation should be really a conversation about potentially stranded assets. Potentially stranded assets, rather than thinking about, oh, let us abandon oil. And ours should actually come incremental. We need really to have what we have to do. Yes, a country like Kenya has it's actually relies its energy is 92% of its energy is driven. It's coming from renewables. That's quite good. So now the question and the renewables actually can be very good in this transformation which we are looking for. The question is, what about others? And so we agree that it can happen and it is possible. So if we have, and our leaders understand that it makes sense, it becomes very easy for us within our own context, rather than exporting all the concept. We want now climate smart agriculture. Somebody comes and tells you, let us now slaughter all the cows in Kenya, because now you have heard in Europe that they are culling, because for them it's industrial agriculture. Ours is actually very primitive agriculture. So how do we even, you come and tell a pastoralist whose cows have died anyway because of climate change, and you tell them you have a lot of cows, you have to reduce them to reduce greenhouse gases. It's because you are just transferring that concept to here. So that is not the conversation which we need here. You get me? So these are some of the challenges, because now the problem with us is that we do not have data, we do not have our own context. Let us promote our own scientists, our own researchers, so that they come up with Africa contextualized conversations which fit us, and that is
Africa, the cradle of life, a continent of breathtaking beauty, home to unparalleled beauty and untamed wilderness. But beneath this beauty, an ominous threat looms. Our Africa faces an existential crisis.
Mic testing 1 2. Mic testing 1 2. Honorable members in the House. Mic testing 1 2. Dear ladies and gentlemen, at this moment we want to start the program. Today is the high-level town hall that is going to happen here at Chuka University. At the moment, we're going to give a few announcements as we wait. Our visitors are around with us. Number one, I'm told the team that is, I want to use the best language so far, the people who have a challenge of either speaking or hearing, we've made arrangement for them to be interpreted. We're going to have the sign language person, and equally they requested if any among yourself they take this other position. Again, the cameras are put in strategic positions. The other side, you can look on your left. There is one at behind. And there is another this side that helps to help what is happening for interpretation purposes. As we go, besides you can see your screens, we are connected live. And may I request that the ICT team confirm to us how many people are online, maybe you project. We will be connected online. I'm told still the number is increasing. We're at 10 members. At the moment, our visitors are around, and we're going to receive high-level delegates coming here, including the Vice-Chancellor himself of Chuka University. We're going to have the Executive Director for the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who has arrived, and a few guests who will, by that time that I'm allowed not to introduce, they will be introduced. Once again, I'm reminded that if you got in and you've not already registered, you are requested that before our visitors come, you can be able to register. Today, as we want to start the town hall, this will be a guided discussion, but a little bit we are going to be introduced to the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. May I request if there is a video to be played to guide the process?
Soaring temperatures, relentless droughts, and punishing storms wreak havoc on our people. The climate catastrophe is ravaging our land, our people, and our future. The numbers don't lie. Africa bears the brunt of climate change, and the toll is staggering. But we, the youth of Africa, we refuse to be silenced. We rise as champions of change, demanding accountability. We aren't just survivors. We are architects of hope, innovators, adapters, and builders of a resilient future. Our leaders have spoken. The world has pledged. Now they must act. Promises must turn into tangible solutions. We are the voice of Africa's future. We stand united, demanding accountability because our very existence hangs in the balance. Join us, share our stories, be a beacon of change. Together we will hold the world accountable. Together we will script a new narrative. Africa's legacy will be one of resilience, courage, and unwavering accountability.
Bon dia, hello, bonjour. My name is Shampiana. I am from Kenya. I am a program coordinator of Youth, Peace and Security. I have a particular focus on climate justice. Climate justice is an abstract concept that is yet to be grasped by many. The Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance
may we
therefore
request
brought
that
youth from
this be
over
posted
70
at the
countries
moment.
from across the world.
We are going to be welcomed to Chuka University, but before we get to be welcomed, may we get the instructions clearly. As our visitors will be coming, we're going to welcome them in style. They get in as they take their positions. All of us will be requested to stand. And as we stand, we will be guided. The national anthem will be played. The East African anthem will be played, and then we will have our reverend do a prayer. May I request that now Chuka University to welcome us.
Hey, this silence is eloquent. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is not really a formal welcome, but because I work here, feel welcome to Chuka University. My name is Dr. Christopher Kiboro. I'm the Dean Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, and my specialization is sociology. As a sociologist, I'm not very impressed by the way you are sitting. I came in and it's a hall that is full of people. Nobody is talking to each other. And we are here to talk to one another today. But first let me say I'm very happy And very much delighted that we send invitations. I can see many friends whom I invited and they are here. They kept the time. Sorry that you might think I've come in late, but I was in the same building doing some other things, preparing for this event. Thank you so much, Honorable Engineer Getty and your colleague for honoring our invitation, and many other people who have come. Thank you so much. I don't want this kind of tension. In fact, I'm here to do what I call ice breaking. Can you turn to the person sitting next to you and say, good afternoon? Not just good afternoon, but how are you? How are you, beautiful Kenyan? Just tell them you look nice. Yeah, tell them you look nice. Ask them, where have you come from? Why are you here? Who invited you? Can I tell you why that is important? Right now, if temperatures fell to negative, like 15, 20, 30 degrees Celsius, that is when you begin to talk to one another. Must we wait to be prompted by the environment to talk to each other? Why don't we prompt ourselves? And actually, and I don't want to preempt the topic of our discussion today, sometimes the rain begins to beat us because we don't talk to each other. And I think that is the fundamental question we are going to delve into today. Why are you not talking to one another? You are listening. Sometimes you listen when talking. I'm also listening to you. Anyway, we are social beings. We are social beings. Sometimes I was traveling from Nairobi to Chuka, and everybody was quiet. The only thing you could feel is the speed of the vehicle. And then I wondered, really, is this how you're going to get to Chuka? I drifted and I started dozing. And when I woke up, I think because of the bump was too high, I found like everyone else was sleeping. But you were woken up, okay, as the vehicle was taking the bump. Now there was a father was traveling with a son. All right? Now, the son and developed a biological need. But everybody was asleep, including the father. The boy wanted to relieve himself and was really depressed. And he just let it go. And you can imagine how the environment changed in the car. Now that's when we started talking. That is when we started talking. We had to look for solutions. Otherwise, our safari from Nairobi to Chuka would have been really uncomfortable. And I can assure you, after we started talking, people brought their thoughts together, we shared, and we had a solution. We are here because our environment is smelling awful. And for us to, sanitize that environment, we have to stop being silent. We have to face each other and begin to critically ask each other, what I do, what you do, how does it contribute to our well-being, to the integrity of our environment? And today, I'm happy we have experts, people with immense experience in various fields, because we are looking at disasters, people from the academia, people from the industry, communities, everyone. That's why we are here today. So please, if you are a lecturer working at the university, you are not doing the right thing sitting next to your fellow lecturer. You should sit close to somebody from the industry. Professor Geshumbi, these two ministers should not be sitting together. You are supposed to be somewhere here. Waziri, you are not supposed to be there. You are supposed to be somewhere asking people and talking to one another. We integrate ourselves. And I'm telling you, this is how people come up with beautiful solutions to problems that confront us. And also, this is how ideas are incubated. And this is how societies progress. Okay? So I just decided to step up and fill in that gap. Look at you again, the way you are listening so attentively. There's no exam here. The reason as to why the exam that is confronting us today is the disasters that are confronting Africa. And the exam is how we will deal with that phenomenon. Right? Yeah. So let's start talking to one another. Yes. Isaiah, I can see you are smiling. That's okay? Yes. Francis? Yes. Reverend? Now you are sitting alone. Whom are you going to talk to? Yeah, okay. Please, there are seats up front. You know town hall? The essence of town hall is for all people, irrespective of our social standing, coming together and discussing a common problem and seeking common solutions. Welcome, Bwana Silas. I'm happy you are here. Yes. Waziri Abraham, you're welcome. Yeah. In fact, Reverend there did not have somebody to say hi to. Yeah, at least now they are engaging. Yeah. I know you are blessed because you are sitting close to a reverend. Yeah. Madam Janet here, now you are missing the blessings of the Lord. Dr. Justin, you concentrated. Are you setting an exam now? No. Yes. So I'm happy. Let's be happy, all of us. We are waiting for the management to arrive so that we get it started. Duncan, can you help me doing this ice breaking? We have our registrar. Where is Dr. Mabubi? I know he is very good at this. Yeah, come and say something, you know. You are a leader in this university. This is our registrar. Okay, planning. You can say something as we wait for the others to come. Thank you.
All our visitors, hamjambo. In Africa, when anyone calls you with a praise, you have to be careful. You know that one? Muta kikusifu anakuwa ni kwamba anataka kule vitu zako kweli. And today being a Friday, my colleague Dr. Kiboro is being very strategic. And I heard him mention Waziri. I saw Waziri around. So names that are being mentioned, be on the lookout. It was for a purpose. Others feel most welcome. Karibuni sana Chuka. We are the Nairobi Summer School, and you have been invited. And I want to assure you that the invitation was being done in a very, very clever and selected way. So feel very, very special. And then you say, what we learn, what we get, let's share. The essence of being together is to learn. But knowledge that's not shared does not become knowledge, it does not serve its purpose. So whatever we learn from here, let us use it, let us share, so that at the end of the day, we are talking about climate, we are meeting. Quick to add, I know most of us are on social media. Yesterday, something was trending on WhatsApp about something beginning last evening at about 5 or 6 or 7 in terms of changing temperatures. That is climate. And there was a key phrase in the narrative that it is happening millions and millions of kilometers away from us, but it's going to affect us. And everybody was saying It is getting cold. Let's keep. Did we read it? It is getting warm. Can you answer me back? Let's keep warm. As it gets cold, let's keep warm. That's climate. So climate is not as abstract as one to look at it. Just those elements of climate that affect our day-to-day activities, they affect our life. They even affect how we produce our food, even within Tharaka Nithi. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Tena. I know Bishop was around. I'm looking at him as I say that. So that doesn't wonder what's now going on. Eh? Yeah, but what you are saying in short is that the kind of knowledge you are sharing is important and affects every sphere of life, including the way we sleep in the night. Are we there? Hata vile tunalala usiku. When it's too cold, I know you can't sleep very well. When it's too hot again, you can't sleep very well. Climate. When it is too dry, we cannot produce our bananas, our foods, and our fruits. The trees we plant will die. In some places, because we are university, we are talking about being the education sector, there are regions in this country where schooling begins in the morning and classes end at 1. Because in the afternoon, masomo haiwezi endelea. Climate. So it touches on even the way we dress. I'm looking around to my colleagues in suits. Prof, today you have done very well. Prof does not put on suits many times. Alisikia kuna wageni, akaamua nang'ara na suti. Tupigie Prof makofi. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Kiboro uko wapi? I had something to do. Kiboro uko wapi? You have already... Oh, he's on call, but he's coming. I want to assume that Alinsifu sana is already won an evening drink on my bill. Asikuwe na wasiwasi. That's taken care of. Prof, please come and continue. I have confirmed that by inviting me and praising me so much, you have a drink on my bill this afternoon.
Yeah, and the drink I take is a carton of milk. So that's fine, and I welcome that drink. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we also want to say something. Where is Professor Muraya? Professor Muraya, are you with us? And sorry for the delay. We have somebody who is going to do the sign language because we are all of us. We are a complete society. We don't want to leave anyone behind. That is the SDG slogan and also embraced by the county government of Tharaka Nithi, the great county of Tharaka Nithi. Yes. And as I usher in, may I request Honorable Engineer Getty and his colleague kindly to follow me. Kindly. Bwana Duncan, can come up and continue entertaining these great people.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kiboro. Here we start. Nairobi Summer School, Cohort 4. Is a pragmatic program that runs across 81 countries. We're going to receive 52 countries from Africa and others from Asia, US, and Australia. Thank you, members. As we now want to start for the Nairobi Summer School. Nairobi Summer School is a platform and it is an initiative that is pioneered by the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and the Cohort 4 will be hosted by Chuka University 2024. On Monday, it will start by the eye-level symposium, where we're going to have our key leaders in this country coming to open the session, followed by a 12 days training under 8 modules: introduction to climate justice, mitigation measures, adaptation, climate justice, and just transition. Advocacy skills will be provided. May I request that now, before our guests come, we can play a small clip of the Nairobi Summer School Cohort 3 last year.
to come together to not only dissect the issues of climate justice, but to also have a deeper comprehension and indeed renewed appreciation for the gravity of the new crisis of our era, that is the climate crisis. In the words of the former Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan, I will say this, that the world is reaching a tipping point beyond which climate change may become irreversible. If this happens, we risk denying the future generations the right to a healthy and sustainable planet. We do not want that. The last 14 days at the Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice have been insightful, thought-provoking, and this gives us hope that it is not over yet. This is a continuation of strengthening of youth advocacy efforts across the world to adapt and build resilience on matters of climate justice. Take this journey with us as we give you a snippet of our experience at the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice.
I came to hear about Nairobi Summer School through my environmental group back at home called Lumisa. We had 2 participants from our group come to the Nairobi Summer School, and when they came back, they had so many insights that I was like, you also need to go too. So when the cohort came up again, we definitely applied, and I was lucky enough to be shortlisted.
It was quite fulfilling to find out that most of the learners discovered something new here at the summer school. They had come in with different perspectives on certain subjects, different knowledge levels on certain subjects. But when you hear them speak after the sessions, you have a sense that they have learned something new, and to some extent their minds are being transformed as well.
Seeing here how clear the data is on who is guilty, who is the victim, what we have to do, what we have been doing wrong, has been very eye-opening.
I had a general idea of climate change at first, and since we started this training, now I have an in-depth knowledge of climate change, and most importantly, climate injustice, which is how climate change is affecting different communities in a different manner.
The training has really been impactful because I have a lot to take home currently, and I think the networking has been also a huge part, and also just an opportunity to interact with the PACJ team and have an insight on how they run things has really been a huge part of the lesson for me.
The main activity which stood out for me is when there were presenters who were presenting on the nexus of climate justice and environmental law. Being a law student, I am fascinated by the concept of environmental law, especially the regionalization of environmental law for our African continent, and especially for me as African youth from the small island developing state. So these has been the main session where I've followed the sessions with great passion, with great determination, and I hope to further engage in this field.
Coming to the summer school, we were able to relate to many of our problems to climate change, and we have obtained to comprised full of information about the climate science and how to adopt, mitigate among others.
The summer school has taught me that I can learn by doing, learn by working with teams, learn by understanding, and the hybrid sessions have been very, very good for me.
It's also interesting to learn more about what is on the ground here in Africa. So it's basically we share the same experiences, and we're willing to share that, like the knowledge on how to advance adaptation and advance the principles of climate justice in all policies.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get to the second video being played, that is the experience that we have with the Nairobi Summer School. It is an experience of having diverse cultures coming together, having different localities being represented, and equally discussed. physically and more than 400 online. As now we want to start, or we look forward to get the information from the management, we're going to expect coming in. Allow me at this moment to recognize universities that are going to participate in this. We have Dedan Kimathi University of Science. We have Meru University of Science and Technology. We have Tharaka University participating. We have Karatina University participating, and we equally have Kirinyaga University. As a consortium of 7 universities, Chuka University, I'm reminded that the University of Embu will equally be participating. Thank you. There's the technical lead coming from Embu University. Therefore, at that moment, may I recognize the technical team that has been leading this process. We start from Embu University. You can say a word.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Justin Nyaga. I'm the coordinator of the Center for Climate Change, Adaptation and Mitigation at the University of Embu. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nyaga serves as the technical and equally the comms person from University of Embu. May I request the presence of Chuka University, who are the host. The lead, we have the technical lead here with us, who has been sitting in this planning. Until now, we're going to deliver these in the next few days. Professor Muraya.
So, good afternoon. I am Professor Muraya, the Director Board of Postgraduate Study and the lead for Chuka University.
Good afternoon once more. My name is Dr. Christopher Kiboro. I'm the Dean Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. I'm a member of the technical committee from Chuka University that has been planning for this event and many others that are coming starting Monday.
Good afternoon. I do wear suits, you know. He intimidated, but I was just joking. I'm Professor Gichumbi, Chuka University, member of the technical committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shelmi Dwanja Munyiri. I'm a professor of agronomy. I was part of the technical team. I'm also the director of research and extension. Karibuni sana.
Thank you, Prof. Muraya. I'm sure there is someone still remaining. Could you introduce her in her absentia?
We also have in the technical team, we have Dr. Perez Derito. And she is out because she is doing the route so that to get the housing for the people who are visiting.
Thank you, Prof. Muraya. That is Chuka University represented. May I know if Meru University of Science and Technology has been represented? Meru University. I know we have apology from Kirinyaga University and Dedan Kimathi and equally Karatina. At some point I know they're going to join online, but that is the team that has been working tirelessly to organize the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. As we get to the court, the fourth court, this time round is a different court that is going to be hosted within the Mount Kenya region in the village. We want to get the experience of the village and at least I'm reminded that Tharaka University is here. May we recognize the team from Tharaka University?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Fidelis Ngugi. I'm from the Raka University. I'm the Dean in the Faculty of Physical Sciences, Engineering and Technology. I'm the lead tech from the university, and thanks for having the Raka in the forum.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Marubu. I'm from the Raka University. I work in the Office of the Vice Chancellor. I'm also the communication lead from the Raka University. Thank you so much for having us, and we look forward to delightful discussion.
Thank you, the Raka University, all the way from a university that is developing. Is a good university that we need to learn that has embraced the matters of climate change. Is Meru University still here? Is Meru University, I know they were going to be represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and the technical lead. As they come, we're going to recognize them, but at the moment now, I know people are just waiting to know the next step. We want to get a small hype, and we requested that we shortly stand, and then we want to dance. We want to dance. Are we ready to dance? Are we ready to dance? It is a guided dance. Are we ready to dance? Maybe, let me know.
As Danican comes up, I think it's important that we get to understand the geography of where we are, so that if we have biological needs, we can attend to them with ease without confusion. So if you have any biological need, kindly you step out, and then on your right, the first door is for the ladies, and then the next one is for the gents. So feel free anytime. Danican, you are waiting for your dance.
The dance is coming. Actually, these are digital dance that is coming. And I know we're coordinating shortly as the IT team. We want to dance. We want to dance, and we really want to dance. And maybe as we dance, I know we're going to be told how many people are joining us live online on our social media platforms. I remain to be guided if we are ready for the same, and we will be requested to stand when we are ready. Yes, thank you. We are requested, all of us, to stand. I'll want to request a few volunteers, 2 or 3, to come on stage. We want to dance. The president, I'm told, Chuka University, are you here? Do we have the president from Embu University? Ladies, this is equally your space. I know we don't know how to dance, but we will be dancing. The deputy. The deputy president, Chuka University. The deputy president, Chuka University. May we take the space quickly as we guide the team. This is a guided dance. Feel free. If you're touched, we're going to join the dance, all of us. Okay, thank you. As we have the student leaders come, may I request that we be guided by the dance. We follow the tune, eh? Thank you, members. That is the summer school dance, and a very interesting dance. I'm guided that at the moment we're going to receive our visitors shortly, but may I request that we get connected online. Anyone who is able to follow us from online, we want to give the opportunity to connect with the people online. Thank you. We can be able to see someone by the name Abigail Auma, Alpha Thompson Abimwami, Eltrude Okeyo, Kilili Ocean, Lorraine Ododa, Saudia Pin Mango, Susan Mtembei, Walter Cabello. May now, at this moment, if we can be able to hear anyone online following us, we can start from Abigail. Abigail, are you able to hear us? Susan, there was someone. Susan, we want to hear if we're being followed online. Anyone online who can be able to speak? Kalili Oshen.
Hi guys, we're following.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine Ododa, for following. Saudia Pinamango, are you there? Walter Cabello, Kanyang.
Yes, sir, you're very clearly.
Thank you. We Alpha Thompson Abumwami. Anyone online can say hi. I know we have some of the panelists waiting online. At the time will be coming, so at the time they'll be required, but maybe we can recognize the panelists. The panelists that we have who are on stage are the interpreters who are helping interpret this in different language. It is followed widely, and we have our technical team. Members online, we request that you wait. Shortly our program will start, and I'm sure you connected to the house. At this moment, as we want to welcome our visitors, I know Chuka University has a lot of programs they're running. And ahead of our high-level symposium, our summer school, I don't know if we can be guided on what is happening here in Chuka University. Chuka University.
Yeah, so the management is coming in. As you were informed that once they check in, let's kindly respect them by standing up, and then you'll get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're requested to be on stand as we receive our key guest, the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University, taking stage, guided by the Executive Director of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and our invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now the time that we've been waiting. As we take a moment of silence, maybe we be guided by the tech team.
Thank you very much, Duncan. We are not going to take a lot of time. We are going to start with the preliminaries. We shall have the national anthem, then the prayers, and then we get into the program. Thank you very much.
Mungu nguvu yetu.
Will be guided by a word of prayer from the Reverend.
Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. We honor you, God, for this afternoon that you've given us, so that, Lord, we can gather together for one common goal. Lord, we glorify your name. First, we repent our sins for what we have done, especially on climate justice. Father, we know that we have been unjust, doing evil, even as we are not becoming a true stewards of what you left to us, and you told us to take care on the earth. Lord, we humble before you and ask that you may cleanse us and make us worthy, even as we discuss on the issues concerning our environment. We surrender everything unto you so that you may give us understanding as we listen together. May the Holy Spirit guide each one of us. Thank you, Lord, for you will be with each and everyone, every contribution that we shall give, so that, Lord, we can fulfill the biblical mandate that, Lord, you called us to take care of our environment. We honor you and glorify your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. We may now take our seats and now be guided by the program. We invite the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to take the program officially and set the agenda.
Thank you. We start with welcoming everybody to Chuka. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon again. My name is Professor Anene Mutembei. For those who don't know me, I'm the Vice Chancellor Chuka, and I take this opportunity to welcome everybody who has not been here. Those of you who have not been wale wageni sio wa Chuka University, simusimame kidogo. Niliwaona wakikuja wengine. Ninawaona Saidile na kwingine kama wewe ufanyi kazi hapa. Hiyo ndio si kusema. So na wengine, the others are there. Tuweza wapigia makofi. Asanteni, karibuni sana. Karibu sana. Reverend na kuona. Asante. And then our chief guest is held a little bit on the way. When they arrive, we are going to maybe step out to receive. but we continue with the program as it is.
Hi, good afternoon. Now, you know, I was wondering how I should come and take over somebody's homestead without him welcoming me. So, so thank you very much, the Professor Mutembei, the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Meru University, Professor Duranira, the other non-Chuka colleagues who are here. I can see my friend Kidura is here, and those others. I have seen even our warrior-less, Ruth is there. So we are very glad to be here today. And what brings us here is one thing which we have a shared vision, that we are working on the issue of climate change as united us. The prayer, our person who was praying for us, has praying God and asked for forgiveness that we have destroyed nature, and the nature, as Wangari Maathai said, is fighting back. And it is fighting back with the vengeance. It is revenging on us, and the only problem is that we, the people who are sitting here, according to science, are not the cause of the problem. This problem is global in nature, and that's why you hear a lot of conferences at global level, because we need to confront it at global level. Even the generation which is living, even your fathers and even your grandfathers, are not the cause. This is a problem which was caused during the Industrial Revolution. It is not the weather. Climate change, people call it that weather which we see. No, it is not. But I think that is what we are going to discuss today. And before I proceed, we have our chief guest today was to be the Charlene Ruto, who unfortunately will not be here in person. I don't know whether, Prof, we have that link which we send. We are going to send her because she will address us through through virtually, because for circumstances which were beyond her control or our control, she will not make it in person physically, but she will speak to us virtually. But also she has sent her representatives. The last 30 minutes earlier, I had communicated with them. They had arrived in Embu, and I think they should be arriving by now. So, as an introduction, I want just to, because I'm an expert, I'm a governance expert, at the same time, yes, at the same time, I work on one of the foremost advocates of climate action and climate justice in the world. And so, before that, I think it would be important to know those who are with us. I know I've just mentioned some names, but we have many people from various institutions which are here. I don't know, Prof, how we are going to do the introduction. I would leave you to do it so that I catch up with our guest who is coming. Then we can proceed from there. And I think Amami can come just in front here. Oh, yes, I'm going to pick them.
That will be good.
Thank you very much. I had introduced myself. I think it's important I do it again. My name is Dr. Christopher Kiboro. I'm the Dean Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences here at Chuka University. Now, at this moment, what we want to do, we want to take a very brief moment to introduce everybody who is attending this important function so that we know who is in the house. And allow me to say that the participants come from all walks of life, and therefore we are complete society. So the Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, Professor Henry Mutembei, the Executive Director of PAGJA, Dr. Mwenda Mithika, CEC, Engineer Getty, and the CEC, Madam Maureen from Tharaka-Nithi County, Reverend Felix Muthomi, and everybody, good afternoon. Yes, at this point, I want to say that this function is being attended by representatives from various universities. So I would want to start to mention the universities that are present. University of Embu, where you are, you can actually raise up your hand or stand quickly. Stand kindly so that you are seen. Embu University. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. We have Meru University. Are they with us? Yes. We have the faculty. Okay. Then we have Tharaka University. Thank you for coming. Do we have Kirinyaga University? Karatina University? Dedan Kimathi University of Technology? They might have sent their apologies. Then we also have people from the religious sector. So we have church representatives led by Reverend Felix Muthomi. If you are with us, kindly, you may rise up. We recognize you. Thank you so much for coming. We have also the business community. Yes, I can see Silas there. Who else is there? Yes, Waziri Marota, you came with Mr. Silas. Thank you so much. Then we have a faculty from, let me start with the Senate of Chuka University. Senators, my fellow senators, where are you? Thank you so much, quite a number. Then we have students from Chuka University. Students from Chuka University, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have lecturers from Chuka University. You are invited. Kindly stand up. We recognize you. Thank you so much. Quite a number. We have also from the other division, Nani Teaching. They are here also. Where are they? Yeah, actually, thank you so much. Even the one who is doing the sign language is one of us. Then we have a special group. I invited a special group. Yes. Thank you very much for attending. Okay. Have I left any other group? Which one? The civil society. Sorry. The civil society organization. Joel, you are leading them. Yes. Here they are. These are the people on the front line, in the front line, right? Thank you so much for coming. Anyone who has been left? Because this other table wanted okay, which organization? Kenya Methodist. KEMU, beautiful. Let's clap for them. Thank you for representing KEMU. Thank you. Any other who is out there? Thank you very much. Now, at this juncture, it's my humble privilege to invite our DVC, Academics, Research and Students Affairs, Professor Gilbert Nduru, to introduce the team at the podium, including the county government. Professor Gilbert Nduru. Thank you very much.
Before he comes, we have gotten the representative from the office of Saline Luto. Can we clap for him? Karib Sana, you'll be introduced by Dr. Mithika. You'll introduce him. Before the DVC comes to introduce and allow some people to make, some of the people we have need to even say hello, isn't it? One, I want to give the vice chancellors have given their apologies because they'll be here on Monday. And Kirinyaga University, the vice chancellor has been away, but she will be here with her team on Monday. So she said she will appear on Monday. In person, on Monday, we shall have the CS and all the vice chancellors. You will see them on Monday. But we are privileged today to have the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Male University, who will be introduced by my Deputy Vice Chancellor, an equivalent. But I wanted the county is heavily represented by the CEC planning, Wana Geti, engineer, kuja usalimiane with your CEC equivalent. Then now my DVC will invite this DVC, and then now Medeka will come in. But before I step down, I am just saying today is a discussion we want to engage in that is really pertinent, that is supposed to trigger some policy discussions. That is what a university is all about. And therefore, we should be able to participate fully. And this is covered live, so you'll be appearing live. Please engage and let everybody out there, including the people who will be starting the summer school on Monday, they are listening to you. Thank you very much. Bwana CC, karibu.
Yeah, our chief guest, I've not known his name. We will be doing it very soon. The Vice Chancellor of Chuka University, Professor Motembei, Executive Director Dr. Medika, and DVC, Meru University, my colleague, Madam Maureen. Waziri Marota, I've worked with you. I want to recognize you. The DVCs of Chuka University and all invited guests, good afternoon. This is an exciting day. It is good that we are here today. My name is Engineer Judy Azigete. I serve in the Tharaka Nithi County Government as the CEC member for lands and roads and infrastructure. I'm glad this is the subject that we are discussing today on climate change and climate action. In the past, we've been talking about development, industrial revolution, like, yeah. So the subject we are discussing today is very important on climate change and climate action. And I'm glad all of us have come because it is important. It affects all of us as a community, as a society, and indeed as the globe. I've come with my colleague, but before I invite her to say hi, I also know we have representatives from the county government. If you work with the county government of Tharaka Nithi, I would request you to stand so that we can also recognize your presence. Yes, thank you. I know we have Director Kidoka. Kidoka is Director of Urban Development in the Tharaka Nithi County Government, dealing with infrastructure within the urban areas. We have Manda Mwendwa Purity, who serves in the Department of Planning, but responsible for environment and environmental matters, and dealing with the social safeguards and environmental issues. And their colleague, forgive me, I may not know your name. Thank you very much. I want to invite Madam Maureen to say hi as well. Thank you.
Because you are discussing this, just
Thank you so much, Waziri. Our chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, the DVCs, Waziri Gete, Waziri Maruta, the Reverend, the professors here, lecturers, wananchi wa Tharaka Nithi na hizo kaunti zingine, and my fellow youth, hamjambo. Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Nyambura. Maureen Nyambura is a CCM County Executive Committee member in charge of youth and sports in the county government of Tharaka Nithi, and a former student and a current student here at Chuka University, so I'm equally proud of this institution. I'm glad to be here this afternoon to be part of the discussion on climate change, and I believe that climate change is part of going green, and going green is part of the digital world, because when you go green means that we minimize on paperwork, na hapo ndipo vijana wako sana. So I'm glad to see that this composition of the audience for this discussion is majorly composed of vijana, and I'm a proud kijana and glad to see that our youth, they are not left behind. Vijana is a serious force, but it's a force that when well directed can bring good results. So I hope that at the end of this discussion, we'll be having a good solution, and if not a solution, a way forward on this issue on climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our Vice Chancellor, sir, the Executive Director of PAJA, the representative of Saline Ruto, and also my colleagues, the director, the CCs from the county, Maruta, Karibu Sana. It's a great pleasure for me to stand here today, given the honor to welcome my colleague from the other university. I was thinking that today I wouldn't have a duty because all the vice chancellors would have been here. But as we have heard from our VC, they have respective duties that have placed them that they could not be able to come. So we have their apologies. We received them at Chuka University and this fraternity, Sidio. Yes. With us here, at least one university is represented. Yes. Yes. And therefore, we have one DVC that has come. But before I introduce my guest, let me also introduce you to my colleague, who I work very closely in issues of assisting the Vice Chancellor to do the duties of Chuka University. Kindly, Professor Eunice Githai, to pigia makofi. No, come here and just tell them hi, so that we are gender equal. You know, wasiseme ni kazi ya wanaume peke yao. Karibu hapa.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Professor Eunice Githai, and I'm the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Administration, Finance, Planning and Development. Mine is literal to say that welcome to Chuka University. It is where wealth is gold and knowledge. Karibuni sana.
You know, I am told ladies before, but gentlemen, what? First, all ahead. Whichever the case. Yeah, I am Professor Gilbert Mbaka Duru. I'm the DVC in charge, I'm the acting DVC in charge of academics, research, and student affairs. And I just want to welcome you all to the university, and that we get involved in this discussion that is ahead of us, where we should be free to contribute ideas, to critically examine the discourse that is ahead of us. And therefore, we would wish to ensure that the outcome of this discussion may inform decision making, policy development, and even research into the future, so that we may chart the future that this world should go in a sustainable manner. And with that, therefore, with those few remarks, I want to take this pressure to invite my colleague DVC Alsa from Meru University, so that he can come and greet this congregation. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, the Vice Chancellor of Chuka, the Executive Director of PACJA, our CECs present, and all protocol observed, good afternoon. My name is Professor Simon Dranera. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs in Meru University of Science and Technology. I'm here as part of the consortium of 7 universities in the ring around Mount Kenya, starting from Meru, Karatina, Dekut, Kirinyaga, Embu, Chuka, Tharaka. I'm also happy to see my alma mater, Embu. I can see my colleagues here, Dr. Nyaga and the rest, having stayed in Embu, University of Embu, for over 5 years, and I'm happy to see them. We are here because we want really to emphasize, actually overemphasize, the issue of climate and climate justice. But because we will have a discussion Mine is to welcome you to Meru University of Science and Technology, starting on 26th to 28th next week. We have an international conference, and I have the Deputy Director of Research here, Dr. Kubai, Patrick. I came with him. Thank you very much, Dr. because our theme has been highly influenced by this gentleman seated here, Dr. Musalendo, who is the Executive Director. Our theme will be revolving around climate justice. And also, at the University in Meru, which is just the neighbor to the Rakanidi here, we have started an Institute of Climate Change and Adaptation, because we take climate issues very important. Therefore, Vice Chancellor, my good friend, Professor Mutembei, we are happy to be here to represent the Vice Chancellor and to represent the entire fraternity of Meru University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much, and we look forward to an engaging discussion. Thank you.
With those very many introductory remarks, then let me invite the partner of summer school, the main partner, which is, we are all 8 partners. Is it 8 or 9? Because we are partnering as 7 universities with the Pan-African Climate PAGJA. We are partnering. We have been doing many events. This is one of the pre-summer school events. We were involved with a debate. The students talked very nicely and they wrestled each other. Then we did the Environment Day at Hembu University. Then we have done Town Hall at Meru University. And today is the final Town Hall at Chuka University. Dr. Medeka, karibu, so that we can go towards now the discussions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Prof. And it is very gratifying to see a cross-section of participants in this event. As Professor said, this is a countdown activity of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, which starts next week on Monday, 24th, and it goes up to 7th July 2024. And it's a climax of so many things which we have been doing. We'll be hosting an international event here, bringing together participants from the whole of Africa and also throughout some other parts of the world. So it is going to be a privilege for Chuka University and all of us to be here. And the theme, just to give you a context, is of this Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is going to be igniting youth power for enhanced global solidarity on climate justice. And why is it that very important? Professor has talked about climate adaptation. There is mitigation of climate change. In all this, we require means of implementation. We require money to do that. We need to build resilience of communities. And I'm very happy I've seen the people living with disabilities here. We brought people from communities so that we are not going to be doing this as an highland. This is not an academic exercise. This is an interaction. This is a conversation which we want to bring everybody so that we can understand each other. This Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, we are doing the 4th cohort, and we have interacted with people from all walks of life. And why is this important is that we really need to discuss. Climate change is a crisis more than even COVID-19, only that it is extended to a longer period. COVID-19 was instantaneous. COVID-19 affected people in a very short time, but we found a solution. The global community was able to roll out very quickly through research, and they were able to produce in 3 months the COVID vaccine, deployed it, and defeated the pandemic. But this other crisis called climate change has been caused for our mode of production and consumption. It is through the overproduction of fossil fuels, that is petrol, the oil which we use, and the coal, for those who understand what coal is. That interfering with the stratosphere, that interfering with the climate system, that is what has caused climate change. Many people do not understand. They think that this is just a weather issue. Because for those who come from this, because most of you come from this, and I want you to understand what this means to you, and what this means to our economy. And I want to tell you why this is not an environmental issue. It is an economic issue. It is a livelihood issue. It is an agricultural issue. It is an energy issue. And it is an issue which has moral imperatives. And so why is it so? So I come from the other side of Meru. And I'm very proud to be a very proud Meru from our side. When I was a small boy, we used with my friend Kenyua here, Kubai. We used to, there is a river, some rivers which used to flow in our vicinity. And when we used to go to tend to graze small goats and sheep before we went to school, you know, we never used to carry food to when we are going to graze, to tend for the goats and the sheep. We just used to carry, you know, go to and look for some worms, and then go into rivers and tap into the river, then you get fish and you roast it there and eat. That's how the nature used to be. There were a lot of streams, rivers. In fact, I normally tell my friend when we meet in Nairobi, those who have never seen rivers, because there are those who live in ivory towers, I tell them, when they find me swimming in a pool, a swimming pool, I never taught myself in a swimming pool. We used to have our small, pools. That's where I taught myself. But now, because those are manifestations of the changing climate, those rivers which I used to see in my 20, 30 years ago, they never exist now. They have dried up, and those are the crises which we are talking about. We used to have 2 seasons, very patterned, that we knew from March 15 to April. If it is too late, the rain comes in March 15th, but when it is too late, we know that it will come in March 25. And the people now used to know that by the time it rains, 15th, everybody is planted. For those who are old enough, they know that. In October, the same, 15th to or 25th. And earlier, if it passed October, you used to have women, and very pure. For those who know the pure, very pure women, when you talk about pure women, the old women, they used to pass my home going to Jambene to pray the gods of the mountains so that he could bring. And surprisingly, we use, by the time they go, when they are going back, they go back with the rain. That was nature. I can tell you those things never exist now. The seasons have become, unpatterned. They have shifted. Now, you see, it is very cold. It used to be called the July. That's why it used to be called July. But July has shifted. It is now May, June. You see? And it can even go up to August. What happens to rain season or weather pattern? Now it pushes the rain. That is now the crisis. So that the effect of that is that you cannot be able to plant early. Some crops are used to those seasons. And if you plant now when the rain has not come, they are not going to germinate. They wait, and when you plant late, the rain comes late and goes early. Those are the manifestations of the changing climate. So everything have changed. And so what we need to do, I am from, a week ago I was in Bonn, Germany. What we were doing there, I was attending what we call subsidiary bodies for implementation and subsidiary bodies for technological, scientific technology and advice, where technical people, scientists, those who have done research, as I'm telling you, those who have seen it, so that now they have a discussion under what we call UN Climate Convention. And this convention was agreed as early as 1992, so that now those who have caused this problem, actually it is hanging in the air. You are people, we did not cause this. So at international level, those people who interfered with that pattern, they threw that blanket, which has interfered with the sun, and those are details, we cannot deal with that. That one, those who will be able to attend the Nairobi Summer School on climate justice will be taken through that science, why that has happened. But then, those people who caused that problem now sent, and those are rich countries in the north. In the north, we say industrialized countries, those who give us msaada, those who give us aid. They have agreed that they are developed on our sweat, first of all. But then, in their development, they have interfered with what used to give us food. Simply, that is how it is. So under this convention, they said, these people now, we have destroyed their nature. We have destroyed their small rivers, which myself and Kenyua were swimming. They have destroyed our ecosystem. They have destroyed our pattern of our seasons, that my mother and your mother are not able to plant crops, and now they have been rendered hopeless. So they have said, we are going to compensate these people. We give them money to do what is called adaptation, what Professor was talking about. Adaptation is that now that we are not able to plant the way we used, and this is a problem which will live with us for a long time. What we are going to do is that now we are going to produce maize which can grow in a short time, crops which can grow in a short time. Instead of maize which we grow, we are going to start growing cassava, sweet potatoes, sorghum, which can withstand these climatic conditions. That is what is called adaptation. But there are others who are saying we cannot grow with that mode of development which has destroyed nature. So we need also to mitigate or reverse these issues. That is what is called mitigation. But this needs technology, this needs research. We need to research on those crops, and that's why scientists are very important. That is why we want to impart you. You need knowledge to be able, awareness to be able to adapt. We need to plant trees, but planting trees is not only the only solution. We need also to change our lifestyle. If you are used to eating fish, like Mizeka and Kenyua, when we were during those years, now you have to return because there is nothing to eat. Those rivers have dried up. We can use now, how do we have to now use those fish ponds? Those are also resilience building programs. Those are adaptation programs. All these things are what we are going to discuss and what we are discussing now. We need to simplify this subject. We need you young people, when you go to the villages, you tell your mothers and fathers, and you tell the government, my friend Abraham there, we were in the civil society, now he is a policy maker. Now, let us appreciate him, by the way, let us appreciate him. We need to tell them now, in the county government of Tharaka Nithi, and I'm very proud because we have helped Tharaka Nithi County as an organization to have very adapted policies, where the policies which are helping them now to invest in the money with communities, the people we came with, these people living with disability, so that they can be able really to adapt to the changing climate. It is no longer business as usual. And so, the issue of climate justice and climate change now comes in. Climate justice is those who cause the problem. have to compensate us so that we can revert to the life which we used to be because they destroyed nature. So they have agreed, and that's the imperative, that there is money which we are, in fact, in board, that's what we were fighting for. It is not a small fight. And right now, at Kenyan level, we have all the policies. At local level now, Maruta has money. And he should not tell you that he has no money. Those who come from Tharaka-Nithi. Right now, Tharaka-Nithi has money coming from all the way to the World Bank. Then it comes just down here. We have ensured that we have policies. Money is no longer going to be stuck in Nairobi. It has come now to the county coffers. I think I have even records what Tharaka-Nithi has. Yes. Can I tell you how much? It is not now. I'm not going to tell you. So this money now is not for Maruta or Governor Muthomi. No. It is for that woman there at the village to be able to build their resilience. That is how it is structured. Those are imperative. We need you to be part of this solution. And that is why we have this discussion. So climate change is not really, don't look at it as a weather, because everyone, even the preacher was talking about environment. I never wanted to hear people saying climate change it's more than environment. And I think if you were listening to me, I've demystified that. It's not an environmental issue. Let me bring you another very vivid example. We rely on the 7 fork dams in our electricity. Okay? So just look at this picture. When it is too dry, we do not have water in Tana River, the 7 fork. When you are passing the Sagana, you find that bridge is empty. You find at that place there is that power station, hydropower. So that is what drives our energy. So if we have no water, because it has dried up, because of climate change, it affects that water. So if it affects that water, there is no water, there will be no electricity. So if there is no electricity, then from hydro, there will be no electricity to drive our industry in industrial area. So manufacturing, we are not going to have anything manufactured. So without that, then those people, thousands of people who are employed to produce the food which we eat, processed food, Unga and those others, you know they will lose jobs. And that is what happens if there is no electricity. Or they import what they call those independent power producers. Is of those big generators. They come and install them. That doubles the production cost. You get me? So you can see the connection between that water. We have lacked it. Now there is no electricity. So there is no production, or the cost of production goes high, and that affects you. That then, again, affects you because the consumer is the one who bears the burden of that. So the cost of that packet of unga goes high. Okay? Then from there, if then there is no production, that is what carries our economy on taxpayers. Because I know we are today is not, we are not talking about taxes. We are talking about now the climate change. Okay? So, you know now, if there is no productivity, the government will not get tax to drive development. You can see there is again that connection. And then there will be no employment, because all these young people, they are standing here so that they are going to be employed. Some of them are engineers, some of them are doing even service, but everything is driven by the economy. So you can see all these connections. The only problem is that we just narrow ourselves to this climate change as an environmental issue. So I just wanted to do that as an introduction. And so with that introduction, I want to, I don't know whether Shireen is already on, but before that, I have Malale, who is in charge of climate change at their foundation. He will just talk briefly about that, and then we can proceed from there. Malale, you have the floor.
Good good evening, or is it afternoon? Yes? It's afternoon, close to evening. So my name is Peter Malale. I'm from SMARCS Foundation, working closely with our patron, Madam Charlene Ruto, on matters to do with climate action and how the youths can tap to the opportunities that are in the space. So SMARCS Foundation stands for Smart Mechanized Agriculture and Climate Action for Humanity and Sustainability. So today, she's sending her apologies for not attending this workshop due to some unavoidable circumstances. That's when she sent me to represent her. Mmepokea apology zake? Waswahili wanasema rambirambi kidogo. So today we are gathered here not just to interact, but to come up with solutions that will help us mitigate the effects of climate change. So as a foundation, we believe that the youths are the people who stand a chance of creating a difference. Apart from that, also we need professors, because I've heard from the conversation that we have professors in the house. They can guide us on how are we going to do this, because climate change is not just an enemy in the horizon, but is within us. And the best thing to do is to stand out and take immediate actions, because if we don't take actions, we are going to suffer the consequences that will be brought in the future. The youths are people who play a role in bringing change. It is believed that we are people with the energy. It is believed that we are people who can bring a revolution in that space. So it's all about collaboration. I'm very much delighted with Daktari here. He has been very supportive to us, a guider, a teacher, a scholar who has vast knowledge in matters to do with climate action. So today, let us interact. Apart from interacting, let us share ideas. And apart from also sharing ideas, let us come out of those cocoons. Because we believe that if it's meant to be, then it ought to be. And the vice versa. So otherwise, I'll be very much delighted to share with you, to interact with the little knowledge I have on matters to do with climate action, and also to see how are we going to bring a difference in the space. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. That was introductions. Now we want to go into the real discussions. We shall not be able to do the discussions without the panelists. And to chase the panelists, we shall invite one of us, Professor Hans Sande. You are here. You will give us a picture, then you will pose a question, and then now you will assemble us the first round of people who will talk freely from their experience. Then audience will ask the questions. Then we'll go with another round depending on the expertise we have on the ground. And this expertise will be introduced by Daktari, and then we continue. Thank you very much. So, Daktari?
So the Vice Chancellor. You can use the mic. Oh, yeah, I use the. Or you'll be given the free one. Which one? It's okay. Let me use this one here. All right.
This should have been there.
So our Vice Chancellor, CECs, Executive Director, Pat Jag, our CECs, all invited guests, good afternoon. My name is Professor Ann Sande. I am a specialist in disaster management and sustainable development. I work at Chuka University in the Department of Social Sciences. I'm here to also echo the climate change and its impact on disasters. I just want to bring out the nexus between climate change and disasters. And there's a picture I've presented there. You can see one side, I have A and B. One side is green, the other side is not green. Now what we are experiencing is the other side that is not green. And you can see on the green side, there is some smile. The other side, there is some, what can we say? People are uncertain, unpredictability. People don't know what to do. Yes, that kind of a thing. Let's go to the next slide. And so I'll just highlight about climate change, disasters and hazards, the nexus between the disasters and climate change, characteristics of those disasters. Then we can look at the disaster management cycle and the for adaptation we shall discuss. So very fast, let's just go. We have already defined, we already know what climate change is. It's alteration in the climate, which has already been talked about by the previous speakers. But what is causing this climate change? You can see some of the causes there. I've put there landfills with a purpose because all of us are contributors to this climate change. Even though it was done from somewhere else, but we are also contributing. Every homestead has landfills, organic waste. Do we? Do we have organic waste? They produce methane gas. There in the middle, there is emission of methane gas, which is bringing about the climate change. We have power plants, deforestation, many of us cut trees, agriculture, the vehicles, most of us have come with them, offshore drillings, fracking, overfishing, all those, they are contributing to emission of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxides, fluorinated gases. Like fluorinated gases come from things like fridges, those electronics that we have, and those kinds of things. What is the impact? The impact is rising global temperature, the global warming, the warming that we are talking about. We have extreme weather events, too cold, too hot, and it is like that. Shifting precipitation patterns, rising sea levels, ocean acidification. So, what is disaster? We have now looked at climate change briefly. What is disaster? Disaster is actually a serious disruption of the functioning of the society, and in particular, this climate disaster is caused, this disruption comes about due to climate change, and it causes widespread human, material, and environmental losses or destruction, which exceed the ability of the affected society, so that we have to get external interventions. And for this disaster to occur, there are elements. There are two elements: hazards and the vulnerable elements. What is a hazard? A hazard is a dangerous phenomenon or anything that can bring harm to people or items or elements, something that can destroy. For example, a flood can destroy. Drought can destroy. Fire can destroy. That is a hazard. Vulnerability. Who is vulnerable? Elements like people. Vulnerability means lacking capacity to deal with that destroyer, so that when you meet that destroyer, you are destroyed. For example, people
When we meet floods, we shall drown. When you meet fire, you will burn. Like that. So when hazard and vulnerability, now I'm showing the interaction between hazard and vulnerability so that it brings about disaster. There we have hazards, flood. Without meeting the vulnerable elements, it has no problem. If a flood is that side and the vulnerable elements are this other side, there is no disaster. But the moment the flood comes, the vulnerable elements come, they interact, then there will be a disaster. So in the middle there is the point of interaction on that figure. You can see the hazards like floods, droughts, wildfires, heat waves. Those are climate hazards, hazards that come about because of climate. When they meet the vulnerables, who are people, animals, environment, infrastructure, economy, then they bring about disaster risk where climate disasters occur. There are some of now the disasters that have happened. Look at the first figure. We have people affected by that flood. If the flood had occurred without people, there would be no problem. But now people are there, and you can see the way they are looking. They are stranded. Everything has stopped. Those people, some of them are supposed to be at work. They cannot go at work. They are stranded. You see? The whole system has been disrupted. Nothing is going on because of floods. Houses have been flooded. People can't stay there. The society has been disrupted. Looking at the second one, drought. No food, no water. People are disrupted. Work cannot go on as usual. Move on. That one is a landslide. Landslide, you see that house has been immersed. Now people are there stranded, and very many people. By the way, these are things that happened in Kenya this year. There is a railway line that has been drained off. You see? So transportation is distracted. Those are now disasters. So what are the characteristics of these disasters? Climate disasters. They are sudden. They catch people, in most cases, unawares. They have large-scale impact. They affect a large area. Many people, many elements are affected. Some disasters are recurrent, like in Nyando. Year in, year out, we hear about floods. Here in Tharaka, we have flash floods, the ones that water comes from the upper areas to the lower areas, year in, year out. Japan, we hear about what? What is in Japan? Earthquakes, yes. You see? Yes. So they are also influenced by geographical locations. They can be fast onset or slow onset. Fast onset ones are like floods. The slow onset are like drought. It comes slowly. It gives you time to prepare. But the fast onset one does not give you time to prepare. Where is this place where floods occurred and it caught people on the other side? They could not cross back to their homes. They were cut off because of those floods. They were not prepared. They were not given time to prepare. Some disasters are predictable, others are not. And the impact is normally determined by the vulnerability of the elements, the capacity of the elements to withstand them. And aftermath, disasters require, they are normally very complex, so they require very many sectors, not one sector. You cannot deal with a disaster alone. Very many sectors must come into play. It must be an integrated response for this disaster to be dealt with, aftermath. So what is the relationship between climate change and climate disasters? The relationship is in the middle there. Climate change increases the frequency of these disasters. Climate change increases the severity, the seriousness of these disasters. Climate change also alters the weather patterns so that it makes the floods become unpredictable. And then climate change also extends the impact to zones that were not initially affected. That is the relationship between climate change and the disasters. Next. Finally, I'll talk about disaster management cycle because very many efforts have been made by various sectors. Globally, internationally, regionally, nationally, efforts have been made here and there. Now, disaster management cycle is just a concentrated framework trying to explain some of the activities that are done during and even after the disasters, before, during, and even after the disasters. So the cycle has mitigation. Those are the phases of this cycle. You have the mitigation activities. These are activities that are done during, before, and even after the disaster. So we have the mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. This cycle can start from anywhere. Mitigation are measures that are taken to reduce the impact. You are taking measures to reduce the impact. And some of those measures include planning, land use planning, risk assessment, creating public awareness so that you know what is going on. Because most people are usually caught unawares. Creating awareness, environmental management, infrastructure, improvement, taking insurance. Those are mitigatory because when you take insurance, when it catches up with you and you lose certain things, they can be replaced, so you will not be hard hit. So that is mitigation. Preparedness are measures taken so that you can effectively respond. For example, planning, having a contingency plan or emergency plan. You see, contingency plan or emergency plan. For example, let me just pose a question on this planning. How many of you have ever discussed with your families that should a disaster happen and we are separated, let us meet at such and such a place? Have you ever thought about that? Should a disaster happen and one of you was in school here, another one was where, and another one was where? Where do you meet as a family finally? Where will you be united? Have you ever thought about that? That is part of emergency planning. How many of you can have inside their heads the telephone numbers of their spouses, head, spouse, child, or what? At least 3 or 4 telephone numbers that you can call when you are stranded somewhere. How many? Those are the things. Those are the things about the planning, emergency plan, you see, and so much more. Education and training. Education and training, like what we are doing now. Early warning systems, stockpiling. Stockpiling. How many have stocks of food so that should it be declared that there is no food in the market, you can survive for the next maybe 1 month or even 2 months? How many have some hard foods in their houses? In your bags, those who have bags and such, how many have some sweets, maybe a bottle of water, so that should it catch up with us here, you can survive? How many? Those are the things. Those are the things now. Engaging in engagement of stakeholders and etc. like that. Then response are the activities. Just go back to that one. Response are the activities that are taken immediately during the disaster, immediately during and after the disaster, like search and rescue. You saw like when the floods were in Nairobi, there were people who went for that search and rescue, and some of them were drowned away. Did you see those things in the media? So search and rescue, those such events, search and rescue, emergency relief, that is provision of food basics, you see, evacuation, shelter management, damage assessment, coordination, and communication. Those ones are done during that response. And then the recovery phase involves rehabilitation and rehabilitation and reconstruction. In rehabilitation, we give temporary measures. We take temporary measures to restore the normal condition. For example, giving temporary shelter, psychological, psychosocial support like counseling, and those are temporary measures that can be taken. But now the reconstruction stage, which is still under recovery, we mainly do permanent structures. There is economic recovery, coming up with the new policies, and it is like that. Like the other time when we had COVID, though COVID is not climate related, one of the temporary measures that we took was to use the masks. That is mitigation. That is rehabilitation. You see, we were not using it permanently. But then a policy came that we need to undergo what? Ile shindano ya kudungwa ilikuwa vaccination. That is now a policy, a more permanent, that is a reconstruction. So, having mentioned about the disaster management cycle, these are activities that we take day in and out. We have done all the efforts to fight this climate change and disasters. The question is, why is it that we are still so hard hit by these disasters when they come? Whenever the floods come, people die. Whenever the droughts come, people die. We are destabilized and we are taken back to step one. Why is that so? And that is what we want to explore in this discussion, so that we come up with solutions to this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sande, for that very interesting presentation. Let's all give a round of applause, please. Yeah, that was a prelude to our core function. Now we are going to begin our town hall proper. And at this point, now Professor Mutembe, just hold on, stay there. I'm starting with you actually, but no, stay there, Director. There's a reason as to why I want you to stay there. You are my first panel. Yes. May I have somebody to help them with the mic, please? Yes. Now, we have listened to Professor Sande, her presentation. Okay? She has presented in a manner that is mind-provoking, quite a thoughtful presentation. And actually, the reason as to why we are here is to interrogate some of the things that she has presented here, whether we truly do what we are supposed to do. Africa is not a poor continent. Africa is a continent with enormous resources and huge potential to be able to be resilient, to be able to do anything that is sustainable. However, over time, we have seen many events of devastating nature that have continuously been happening over time. And therefore, this is where we want to begin our town hall, by asking ourselves, climate disasters are preventable. And for sure, we know, based on the presentation that we have been given, climate disasters are preventable. But what is the reality? They are always there in Africa. And the fundamental question we need to ask ourselves is, where did the rain start beating us? Now, my first panel will comprise of these 5 gentlemen and 1 lady. I'll start by introducing them, a very brief citation, not quite detailed, and then we get into the core discussion. I'm not going to start in any particular order, but I can see Professor Mutembe seems to want to say something.
No, I'm a participant, but in my participation, have been practicing disaster management and mitigation since 2009. So I'll share my experience, and I'll tell you where the rain started beating us, especially in livelihoods, and in particular, livestock disruptions. And I think the slide where Professor Sanders brought the cycle it can remain here. That is the area I'll be talking about. And I think this is a very good mic. And I requested for the slide, one slide that she was presenting, to be on the screens. The one with the cycle.
Professor, before we come to the slides, let's first of all appreciate everybody in the panel. We'll come to you. You have already done you have introduced yourself, and we can actually follow that order. Each one of them can take 30 seconds to introduce themselves and how their experience in matters to do with climate change and climate disasters. And then from there, we are going to have various topics that I would want the panelists to discuss, and then we shall have a plenary where everybody can participate. So the first one we'll have to do with the historical context so that we understand where exactly did the rain start beating us. But before we do that, I want to give this opportunity to Mr. Peter Malale just to say something about himself in relation to what we are discussing today. Mr. Peter Malale.
Thank you for that conspicuous opportunity once more. For me, what I understand is that climate change is not just a challenge, but it is also an opportunity that will drive us to greater results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malale. Executive Director PAGA, Dr. Mwenda Mithika, very briefly, kindly.
Yeah, so thank you very much once again. This is my work, is to provide that science, policy, and practice interface. So how this interacts. How are we going to, all of us are going to take part now that we have agreed there is a disaster? So how do we address it? Scientifically, then of course, how do we turn it into policy so that policymakers can provide solutions and all of us, but then also how do we continue really living in an era of disaster?
Thank you very much. We just want to know who you are, okay, and then other details will come. So Professor Motembei, you can also briefly, 30 minutes, introduce yourself to the audience.
I already said mine is to share the experiences of being a trained disaster manager of category disaster 1 in the world. Thank you.
I did introduce myself from Meru University of Science and Technology. I also double up as the chair of the County Education Board, Meru County. And from the education perspective, and Dr. Musalendo did allude to something that education can do in terms of passing knowledge to the youth. And I would like to be an advocate from the university and being informed from research to pass that information.
Yeah, Professor, we just wanted to know who we are yet to come to the subject matter.
Yes.
Just to say who you are so that the audience can appreciate you, yeah, and also how you make your contribution.
Thank you. I'll make my contribution towards education to the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I introduced myself earlier on. My name is Maureen Nyambura, Waziri wa Vijana katika kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi. I believe that we already have a solution because apparently the energy that has been projected from the youth shows that if we use the youth for climate change, then we are going to achieve the
Thank you very much, Honorable Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, thank you so much. I understand earlier. My name is Engineer Julius Gitti. I also serve as a CEC for Infrastructure and Disasters in Tharaka Nithi County. I've been involved in matters disaster for a while, more than a decade. And this is by virtue of my responsibilities. I've been involved in design of bridges and the structures relating to infrastructure. I did one kwa kina Mithika. there was a flood that destroyed some bridges and culverts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable.
Yes, I want to stop
Honorable
there.
Minister, just you stop there.
Yes.
We just wanted you to introduce yourself.
Thank
Audience, can we give our panelists a loud of applause? Thank you very much. So at this point, we are going to engage them very briefly, not more than 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The reason as to why you are part of the panel is because, of course, with the exception of Honorable Maureen, you have been in town for a while. By that I mean, by virtue of age, you have seen a lot, you have experienced a lot. And when we look at this issue of climate disasters, it's not a new phenomenon. But what has been happening in Africa over time, what we are witnessing is an increase in the frequency of climate-related emergencies in the continent. And this continue to actually divert our resources that we desperately need to foster development. Now, from an historical perspective, Dr. Mithika, Professor Henry Motembei, Professor Simon Thuranira, Engineer Getty, why is it that for many years, we are devastated by climate-related disasters that we well know they can be prevented? What is your perspective? Where exactly did the rain start beating us? Professor Motembei, I can see you want to be the first to go.
Let me be the first to go. And for me, I'll just start from the connection between the chaser, where a disaster only strikes when there is vulnerability. It means we don't prepare ourselves. We are caught sleeping. That is why it becomes a disaster. You talked about Japan earthquakes. It's not a disaster in Japan. They have prepared themselves. They have put all the infrastructure. It's never a disaster because there's no vulnerability. Let me give examples of the disasters that I have participated in, and mine will be more in livestock. Everybody here, including the activists here, we all know when there was a big disaster and off-take animals were to be bought from where they were suffering from a drought. Sinikweli. Yeah, that's from this historical perspective.
Yeah, we want a historical perspective. I know livestock, crop farming, these are livelihood issues, but our interest, so that we have to reflect back and then ask ourselves, really, where now did our boat start sinking from an historical perspective?
So personally, disasters and Kenya, they are of the same age. That's one I can tell you. They are of the same age. It's only that hazards are not converted sometimes into a disaster. But any hazard in Kenya triggered, we are vulnerable. It is as old as when the colonizers were here. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Let's now hear from Engineer Getty.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've lived in Kenya for a while, and we've seen what has been happening. There's something in design of structures we call return periods. This is historical. When designing bridges, for example, we approximate a return period of 50 years. That the worst scenario will happen in the next 50 years. That has been the standard. It is no longer applicable. Today, return periods have gone to as low as 10 years. Sometimes it can even be 3 years. Reason being, what Dr. Mithika has clearly explained to us, and I am very grateful for having an opportunity to be in a university, because university disseminates knowledge to people, and we are acquiring a lot of knowledge in this perspective. We have had things that were predictable before, and we could correctly predict that this would happen after a duration. I come from Tharaka, And seasons were known, and we could even tell when people were born by the event of that time. Yoraranga kwagwete kama mmewesikia kitu kama hicho. Yes, you could hear of wakati fulani. Those things were not regular. If we were to define the droughts of this season or today, they are not definable because they are so irregular and they occur every other time. Somebody who is about 20 years should not have experienced these kind of scenarios if they were following the historical conditions of the past. But unfortunately, things have changed, and I don't want to say weather patterns because Dr. Medeka will not like it, because we are not talking about environment and weather. We are talking, but this is a consequence or an effect of climate change. In my many years on Earth, I have never seen the Ngido River dry and bands closing while on foot until 3 years ago. I don't know whether you know the Ngido River, and I am quite old, and I've never seen it dry until 3 years ago. And if this continues, then it will be a seasonal river as much as we've known it as a permanent river.
Thank you very much, Honorable Engineer Getty, for that. So basically what you are saying is that from an historical perspective is that we have not been very keen on data management, capturing data about events and preparing. And I think this is the reason why Professor Motembei is talking about vulnerability, such that we are not able to utilize either scientific data or any kind of information that will help us to plan and prepare for disasters. Now, just as a reminder is that this town hall discussion is being transmitted online, so we have online audience, and it is not just in Kenya, but is internationally. So I would request the speakers to primarily use English language for the benefit of our international audience. So now, I want to spice this. I thank you, engineer. You said you are quite old, so I'm not wrong in my selection criteria. But at this point, let me spice up this discussion by introducing a fairly young panelist, Honorable Maureen. In your young age, really, what do you think is the historical reason? What is the historical perspective that defines disasters and the frequency of climate-related disasters in Africa?
Well, I would say that with my age, I might not be able to establish very much. Like, for instance, he's talking about, just allow me to mention that name in Kimeru. It can't be mentioned in English. I was not in existence.
I can loosely translate that. What that means is that this was a period of famine where there was nothing. People earned money, but they could not be able to buy anything from the market because it was not available. That's why people say, or rather named that famine or drought is dying while having. You have money, but you have nothing to buy, and therefore you had no choice. There was no option. Yes.
Yeah, so what I would say is that even considering the issue of population increase, it is one of the issues that have really brought issues to do with climate change, and not forgetting the technological aspect and the modernization.
That's interesting. So in your view, uncontrolled demographic growth has been an historical factor.
Yeah, and we are not also able to manage the modernization aspect.
All
Things
right.
are changing. We are not able to control what we are doing. Yeah.
It's an interesting perspective. Let's hear from Professor Thuranera.
Okay, thank you. I think the historical perspective is going long time ago with colonialism.
Okay.
And the exploitation of African resources. Actually, the global south, where European countries and the modernized countries started with the Industrial Revolution. They wanted resources from even Africa here. And the exploitation of forests, minerals, and all this to fuel the industries in the north. And those industries in the north are still the ones which are polluting the environment more than the global south. That's why we are even having a discussion of what Mr. Lendo was saying, compensation of the countries in the global south for injustices which were done during that period. Finally, is the issue of us, especially in Africa, not maintaining our indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge, our great forefathers knew even how to conserve the environment. They knew even the crops that would grow and they would be able to sustain the bad weather and the environment. So it's a time we went back as scholars to even document some of this. So those are the two perspectives I would like to share with you.
Thank you very much, Professor Thuranura, for your thoughtful contribution. Now, Dr. Mwenda Mzalendo Mithika, Professor Thuranura has mentioned something very critical about the exploitation and the plundering of African resources by the colonialists. Do you agree with him? What is your take on this?
You know, the tragedy of Africa is that we are the laboratory, you know, of everything, including, as we speak now, the solutions to climate change. And so there are so many solutions which are being proposed, but I don't want to digress from what the subject of the day, because it's really the solutions to climate change are very emotive. But now I want to agree that yes, with the professor, yes, it is true that we suffer the relics of colonialism, which will never disentangle ourselves. And the discourse actually which we have now, in terms of even now the biggest discourse or in the world, because the topical issues at global level, in the global geopolitical interactions as we speak now, wherever international meeting you attend, are few. Number one is climate change. Okay. Number two is the war in Israel and Hamas. Is the war Ukraine and Russia war. And somebody will say Russian invasion of Ukraine, wherever you are standing. We have also cost of living. We have energy crisis brought by climate change. And all these, and the food and the cost of living. That's why you can see people are fighting. And so, when it comes then to this, and that's why we are tracing the historical contribution of the rich countries on climate change in their process of development. So we were not deprived only on colonialism, but we can go as far back as 17th century when the Industrial Revolution started happening, you know, during the American War, when after the discovery of the internal combustion engine. You know, the slavery, actually, we are just talking about the colonialism, but we have forgotten also the thousands and millions of Africans who were taken into slavery, and those who are now caused a big crisis, even in the north. So these are some of the historical, you know, challenges, historical injustices, including now we are talking about colonial injustices. We are talking about now the slavery, and now we are talking about what? Climate justice. So how are we are going to solve this? Because in fact, this is more critical. The current crisis which we are addressing, the only way we have to deal with it is for us to have dialogue with those who have caused the problem, so that we can be able to build a disaster adaptation, climate disaster adaptation, as the presentation was Professor Sanda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mithika. But I'm coming to you before you pass the mic to Mr. Peter. During the introduction, when you had a moment to speak to the audience, there's something that you said that struck me, and I started really thinking deeply. You mentioned that during dry spells, there are women who would be called. They would go to a mountain, make their prayers, and then before they come down, there is a heavy downpour. Africa is known to be rich and diverse in terms of culture, which includes our belief systems. Do you think our belief systems, in a way, have contributed to our laxity in terms of preparing and handling disasters? A case in point, I've heard some people say, if there's a landslide, or if there are floods, or if there's invasion of pests like locusts, it's gods that are punishing people. What is your take on that?
Yeah. You know, I think the traditional knowledge and what we call at international level, the indigenous knowledge, is a dimension which is explored globally to really as a solution to climate change. We have lost our roots, and I don't know, because when you go into the forest countries, like in Central Africa, you find indigenous communities there are very passionate about their culture. There are those who are called even rainmakers. They make rain. We have even rainmakers in Kenya, in the Kakamega. I have heard people who are called, how they do it, they don't manufacture, but believing in those beliefs, like the women I was talking about, the pure women. When I talk about pure women, I believe that you understand what I mean. Those with that purity, that they were selected, that there were some things which were done to them. I used to witness this. They go, when there is no rain, they go to Nyambene forest. That time, we had a very deep forest there. I'm told, I never went there. But, there were, stories that when they go, they visit the forest, very early in the morning, they throw what do we call that small millet? No,
Finger millet.
Finger millet.
Yes.
They went, and honey and those others, they throw it in the forest, and then I'm told there was small lakes into the forest, which used to pave way, and then they see it. By the time they go back, they are followed by rain. So that is
okay, Dr. Mithika, let's leave that realm of rain making.
Yes.
Africans, some communities are known
so
to have.
What I'm saying is yes.
Yes.
I think the answer yes. I think we need also, as a solution, we need really to invest in our indigenous knowledge.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Not everything African which is banned.
Yes. Because
yes. The Gen Z has abandoned their ancestors.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mithika, for that. Your interesting views. Yeah, in Africa, I know there are some communities that claim to have rain makers. And I think probably, I don't know, this is the reason why we have even in modern day rain makers that are doing cloudy seeding. And then we're experiencing a lot of downpour. Anyway, away from that, Mr. Peter, you have been actively involved in advocating for climate action. And I want to believe the basis for that is that you must have been concerned about the history and the way climate disasters are approached. In your view, what is your historical perspective about the frequency of disasters, climate disasters in Africa? Just briefly.
My version of understanding about the history of climate disasters, number one, when we aborted our culture. Aborting our culture is what is leading to the current situations that we are facing. Number two, industrialization is also a serious thing that is leading to the disasters that we are facing. It's not bad to embrace industries, but if we're embracing these industries, do we have the policies that are going to regulate pollution? So we were very, very much excited when an invention comes, especially in Africa or in the world. When somebody comes up with an invention, people are so excited but they don't look at the end challenges or the consequences of that invention. So maybe in a nutshell, there are three things that are actually contributing to the disasters that we are facing. Aborting our culture, that's number one. Allowing industrialization without proper policies and regulatory processes. Then number three, over-excitement whenever we are facing a new invention. So those are the things that are affecting us today.
Thank you, Mr. Malale. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first round. I would like the audience to keep their questions if they have, and perhaps you're going to ask these questions at the end. I would want now to slightly make the panel thin, so I'm going to kindly request some of the panelists here to just join the audience, and then I'll be left with Dr. Mithika, Professor Andre Mutembei, and Engineer Getty. We may call you back at some point. Yes. Now, based on the presentation that Professor Sande made, we're able to observe that disasters cause devastation to populations, to property, okay, and to infrastructure. Africa is one continent that has been experiencing prolonged droughts. These have impacted heavily on the community's livelihoods. So, our topic that I would like these three gentlemen to delve into is how climate disasters impact on the livelihoods. And I want again to start with the Professor Mutembei. You're not going to talk about livelihoods generally, but because of your experience in dealing with the livestock, what do you have to say about the relationship between climate disasters and the livestock? And as you do that, our intention is also to come up with proposals that are solutions to this problem. Professor, it's your chance.
Thank you for the question and the trigger of the discussion. I'll mention that drought is, I've managed droughts in Kenya, 2011 in particular. I also managed drought in Somalia and in Ethiopia and Djibouti. I also managed droughts in Zambia. And to me, livestock is a very critical livelihood for the people in Asal. If there is even one time people were unwilling to give out the animals, even if they were dying, because if you went to Kajiado and the other, the richness is not about the money we put in banks from Mount Kenya. It is about the hoof, the number of hoofs walking around the home. And that's the reality. And going back to what Professor was saying here, these are the things even our forefathers were very projective. You would see in their homestead, they would cut and preserve some animal feeds. They are put there, they look like they are dry, but when a disaster strikes, that is when they would go where? And get it. They would look at it, even in the Raka Hills and the others. There are some areas you are not supposed to graze until when there is scarcity. Look at how we used they used to pandock, make sure there is an area preserved. Now, with all our policies and everything, we disrupted that system. What is happening today? Massive death of livestock and disruption of the livelihood. And when we are, all we want is let it be declared a disaster, we just get money from everybody, and after that, that money might not restock. Does not go and get the restocking. You abandon the communities, and at the end of the day, you wait for another. It is cyclic. It will come. It will be a disaster, and that is why I said disasters in Kenya are as old as Kenya, and unless we really get out of the box and be able to put our cushions, to go back to factory settings and start preserving those hills, start to pandock ourselves, start to really be prepared for disasters, then you'll wait until the cows get home. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you pass the mic, Prof., yeah, you have talked about the livestock uptake program and your involvement in livestock livelihoods. Now, the problem is far from being resolved. Other than going back to our factory settings, because the reality is with that side, we don't know how long it will take us to go back to the factory settings. Do you think insurance for the pastoralists can be a cushion as people begin to think of more sustainable solutions?
Yes, I participated in that insurance, coming up with this insurance framework. But what I think we need to ask ourselves, why are the livestock farmers not taking it up? One, have we costed it in a way that the Wajiko will absorb it? Because if you make it for the elite, it is going to be the people who have money who will insure, and then the people who have the highest number of livestock are not the other simple 1, 2 like that. So at the end of the day, as we are talking about policies that feed our children in school, policies that build roads, policies that are doing that, why can't we, countries in Africa, be able to set aside a budget that could ensure our assets? And in our side of the asset is livestock, so that we buy this for the people as a matter of securing our assets. Because instead of coming during disasters, then we will be redeeming those insurances. And the people who caused this climate change, then the climate fund should also be able to be channeled towards that insurance. That is my take.
Thank you very much, Professor. Before I allow Dr. Mwenda to say something, allow me to invite someone who is among us to join the panel because he has been involved in matters to do with livelihoods. So may I ask Mr. Njoyo Kithure to be part of the panel, kindly. And as he takes up the seat, Dr. Mithika, you have been at the forefront. You have been at the forefront in the advocacy of climate justice. Kindly, you can you join Waziri over there? Just join the Honorable Minister, Joel, to balance the panel. Join the Honorable Minister there. Thank you. Dr. Mwenda, you have been at the forefront of advocacy for climate justice. I want to believe the force that drives you to advocate for climate justice at the end is primarily to secure people's livelihoods. We have many civil society organizations that are operating within that space, yet the problem has persisted. What is the real issue?
So, as you have said, the work of the civil society is to drive positive change is to ensure that the right policies are enacted, and not only enacted, but also implemented. So I want to give you an example of what we do. Because we are talking about now disasters, the solution to that person who loses his or her entire hand of livestock because of the drought, the way we see it in northeastern province of Kenya and other areas, is simply because they are not able to prepare for that. And so we need policies. And this is why I was, when I was opening, I was speaking during the opening, I said, we have policies. We have, for instance, supported the Tharaka-Nithi County, among other counties in Kenya, to come up with adaptable policies so that they are going to provide resources like you are talking about, insurance for livestock, but whatever insurance is supposed to be contextualized, so that we are not going to come to Tharaka, they are used to livestock, or they grow crops, then we come and tell them, because for adapting to climate change, you need to do things which they don't do. So these are some of the things which we do. So to answer your question, why there is a problem, is that we have policies after policy, but the implementation is never followed. I am a public policy expert. So policy formulation should end with policy implementation. So in Kenya, for instance, we have NDMA, for instance, a very good institution. We have policies of even the disasters which are happening, which we are seeing here. You will not tell me that there is no policy for disaster preparedness. We have. We have policy for national climate change and adaptation policy, action plan. We have the national climate change response strategy. But the government, whether it is the county, whether it is the national government, whether it is African Union, whether it is the UN, they are very good in policy formulation and strategies. But when it comes to implementation, that is where the biggest problem is. Don't think that we don't have policies like Japan, which has no vulnerability, which we were being told. But Japan puts, just a minute, Japan puts money, you know, even if you develop those policies and you don't put money there, then it becomes a problem, and that is the fight which we have at international level.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mithika. I think what you have basically saying that you have answered the question, where did the rain start beating us? Because it's that we have policies, but there is little funding, and also the implementation of policy is not as sufficient as it's supposed to be. Now, Honorable Engineer Getty, you work with the government. As a minister of the government, we know that policies are formulated by the government, they are funded by the government, and they're implemented by the government. What is the problem with the policy implementation? And generally, not only in Kenya, but in Africa, I want to believe you have vast experience of different countries. Briefly, 2 minutes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Dr. Kiboro. Policies are usually guides. They are guidelines that guide an institution, like the university that we are in here, or a government on particular aspects. We, like Dr. Adia said, we are very good in development of policies, but we have a challenge in the implementation of the same. To me, I would say this is a matter of our values. Our values as a society, as a community, as a people. Values as a country. If those policies were implemented in accordance with strict adherence to good values, then indeed they would be followed. The other reason why we may not be very keen in implementation of policies is affordability. While some of them may not require a lot of money, some would be quite expensive. I would want to give an example. We have a road safety policy in Kenya that seeks to minimize, say, a lot of curbs and high gradients like we have in Nithi River. And there is a proposal to do a viaduct, a suspended bridge across the Nithi River. And here the government is looking at, do we do Nithi River at 1 billion, or do we separate traffic at a cost of 100 million? Affordability is a challenge in implementation of policies across governments in the world, and that is my take.
Thank you very much. Before you pass the mic to Joel, you have mentioned something that is close to all of us, values. As an engineer, we have seen a huge appetite for people to build even in protected areas, like along the riparian zone, unplanned development. Do you think this is largely responsible for the kind of disasters that we witness in Africa?
Yeah, to a big extent, it is so. Land use planning is actually, as alluded by Professor Sande, is a major contributor to these challenges. We don't exactly follow the land use plannings that are given by the Department of Physical Planning. And this is also, like I said, a function of values, where you find those who can afford would even hive parts near the rivers to do their mansionates and such. And when disasters come, they are able to interact with them very well. And consequently, we talk of lost lives and such things. So we have a challenge, and this is also a policy issue, where we have a policy on land use. We need to appropriately use land. But I would also want to say that a good example is what I've seen in some hills in Nyambene. As you move between for those who know Meru, as you move between Kiajai and Maua, on your left and right are hills with the very red soil. In the past, they were not exposed. Today, when you pass through them, you'll be seeing the hearth, meaning they've been cultivated, and therefore, the seepage of water into the ground is minimized, and much of the water is runoff.
Okay.
Because of land use.
Okay.
If that land is not cultivated, or at least properly cultivated, we would not be having these challenges.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your views. Now, very briefly, 2 minutes, Mr. Joel, and then I'll come back to the audience. You have been working, or rather, you've been working with an organization that has programs that intervene on livelihoods, especially among communities that are hand hit by climate disasters. Briefly, in 2 minutes, what are the success stories and what are the challenges?
Thank you. I am sure I didn't introduce myself that time, so I'm Joel Kedura from Caritas Meru, Trakanithi office, and I'm also the chair, Trakanithi Civil Society Organizations Development Network, and I'm the focal person for FLOCA in Trakanithi County. I think one of the key things that we can talk about is there are enormous results that have been realized through the efforts of the civil society organizations in the county. One of the key things is that reaching out to farmers has been a major challenge. Reaching out to the communities has been a major challenge by the government because of the low staffing. And as such, we have really complemented, as the civil society organizations, we've complemented the government to reach out to the farmers in terms of capacity building. Secondly, we have quite a number of infrastructures that have been put in place, including water projects that support the communities to better their livelihoods.
Okay.
So there are a number of contributions.
Thank you.
However, there are challenges. One of the key things is we have policies that we've supported, but have not really been implemented. And I guess this, I believe this has been alluded to by the CECM because of perhaps lack of inadequate resources and probably due to lack of structures that go down all the way to the community level in terms of ensuring that they are, the community is aware about these policies.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your contribution into this town hall discussion. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to turn to the audience so that if you have a comment or a question to make, and we are taking a maximum of 5 questions, and I would like them to be distributed in the following order. Let's have a question from the youth, from women, from special groups, and from men, in that order, kindly. Briefly, and please make your question as brief and precise as possible. Yes.
Your Excellencies, dignitaries, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evans Mushanga. I'm a law student at Chuka University, and I'm also the president of the Student Association here at Chuka University. I'll take us back a bit in the next 3.5 minutes for what the first panel in its entirety had discussed of the historical aspect and basically where the rain started beating us. I also find that there is a niche that is there, especially when it comes to industrialization and also environmental protection or conservation. And I do find that, in particular, I read an article that, for example, cited the radioactive substances that were actually deposited in the 90s, in the northern parts of Kenya. I do find this as a big concern, really, when we have the greed for money, so to speak, vis-a-vis conserving the environment, vis-a-vis us having a space where we can enjoy the environment. As you've heard of river, sorry, I didn't get it. Yes, and those other natural rivers that are there. I do find there's that greed that is there. That's a general comment. My question will be posed to especially the indigenous communities that live in the forest. For example, I have gotten to interact with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights reports, and I've seen communities such as Ogiek, the Sengwer communities. They were chased out of the forest, and yet, in my view, they were not actually, destroying the environment. They were living harmoniously. This is a part of them. This is culture. So they were preserving the environment in their own self and nature. But you find that the government chased them away, and the government said, no, we have to conserve the environment. We have to protect the trees. But taking us back to the 70s, when the Ogiek, for example, were chased away, and it was a big issue in the African court, you see that afterwards, the government went and exploited the trees. Really, are we living up to what we are speaking, or we are just preaching water and drinking?
Thank you very
water?
much,
Thank
Ivansu,
you.
for your good question. I think even before we proceed, so that aspect does not escape our attention, I think Dr. Mwenda, you can respond to that question, whether, because you deal with matters to do with climate justice, and when indigenous communities are displaced or dislocated from their areas or areas that they have lived for the longest, yet these people have been conserving that resource. What should be the best action so that the livelihoods and the culture, way of life, and everything about such communities, or like Ogiek and others, they are not dislocated, they continue living their normal lives?
So those are what we call fundamental issues of justice, the imperatives that people have been uprooted while purporting to correct the mistake which is not theirs. Those who are doing that, they are doing that because they want to provide solutions. And that's why I'm talking about, I was giving the example of indigenous communities. You have to recognize their way of life. There are those hunters and gatherers, as you have rightly said, who lives in the forest. They have to be respected. I have information about the African human rights and people's rights based in Bajul, Gambia. They end a positive ruling the government of Kenya has dragged its feet in really implementing that decision. Is the issue which we are practically following, and we will never rest until those people are set through, because it is their right.
I like your concluding remarks. You will never rest until their rights are protected. Next question.
Our honorable panelists and the audience at large, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening once again.
Good evening.
I want to start by saying that climate change is a disease. Let us look for a cure. We have been operating with painkillers called promises and blame games, that no matter how little we are emitting, we have been also affected by the climate change. I want to face my question to engineer. You have discussed something to do with affordability. When it comes to the impact of life to the people that the climate changes are affecting, do we really take on the affordability, or we take of the value of life of the people who are being affected? Thank you very much.
Yes, can you, engineer, let's have more questions. I see things of the answer. We've taken questions from the youth. Please, let's have a question from now from academia. Let's have Dr. Kubai from Meru University of Science and Technology. Oh, he addressed, okay, then from Kenya Methodist University. Yes, you say your name and very brief question.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Nicholas Mwenda. I am a chemist, and I believe chemists are part of the status of industrialization, but we should not be blamed because you are solving your problems, and we still continue solving our problems. My question is directed to all of us in this house. The problem of climate change, as my namesake has said, starting a long time ago, the problem is in our mind. The moment we analyze how we think about ourselves as Africans, we shall solve our problems, our mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, he's referring to our mindset. Yes. The lady, now we want it from a lady. Yes, next to Dr. Mwenda. Yes. Your name and the organization that you represent.
Okay, my name is Ruth Kawira, Executive Director, Netcare. Also, I'm the regional focal point, KPCG, which is under PACJA. And also, I'm the regional coordinator of Greening Kenya Initiative Trust, which is a government trust. And also, I'm the appointed focal point of Meru County on FLOCA. And also, I'm a mother and an alumni of Nairobi Summer School.
Thank you.
So, I have the experience. Mine is just a comment on youth.
Briefly, please.
One, when I went to summer school for those 12 days, in fact, there were 14, there's something unique I learned. Youth from Malawi, Nigeria, and Kenya, one from Meru, from Nyeri, when you were sitting together, you could never know whether they don't belong to one mother or father. Someone from Morocco, South Africa, and Malawi, when sitting together, when sharing, you could never know whether these people come from Africa. They all look like one man family. But do you know what? Us, as the parents, when you are talking about the roots, we are the people who are teaching these children about nepotism, corruption, and then even the destroying of our ecosystem. The other day I was going in a matatu, and a police officer took money on the window, and the small boy asked me, PP1, what is he doing? I told him, that is a corrupt officer. When you grow up and you become a policeman, don't do that. What am I trying to talk about these historical injustices? Beyond all, even as we have contributed, and unless we say sorry and repent on to these young men, we have already put poison on climate change and those injustices in there.
Thank you very much. I think your point is home. You're basically saying that the kind of values that we have, they are the contributors to the kind of problems that we face as a society. Another question now from? Yeah, from special group, we have a question here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Stephen, and I would like and when some of our speakers were here, they talked more about the actualization of the climate initiative. We have a lot of discussion from day to day. We come here, we talk much, but and the government or the climate actors, we need them to tell us and to be able to explain to us how can we actualize the initiatives that we have in the society. We are talking much, we are having a lot of planning, but when we come on the matter of implementation, it is becoming a challenge. How can we actualize whatever that we have in the...
Thank you very much. Professor Motembe, you are the one to respond to that question. When are we going to stop the rhetoric?
The day the county governments, the national governments, and others will stop using disasters as cash cows, then we shall do it. I'm saying this with a lot of experience because even we had very good plans during the recovery and mitigation for those droughts. We even tell the community how the government will respond. Money is put in those mitigations. Action is never taken. The cow is milked.
Sorry.
And that
Sorry
is
for
the
that.
problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So basically, when we stop corruption, when we plan well and appropriate our resources in the right direction, then that's when the rhetoric will come to an end. Thank you for that response. Now, one more question, and then I'll come back to Engineer Getty to respond to the question that was directed to him. And at this point, let me see. Okay.
Okay, I want to ask, my name is Joachim Jage from Chuka University. And my question goes to the academia. I don't know who will answer that question, but we have tried to look for solutions to climate change from avenues like symposia, like we are doing today, avenues like conferences, avenues like the trainings we do, for example, in civil society organizations. But my question goes into the indirect way that we can use to sustainably address the issues of climate change through instructional approaches, right from early years education.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What are we doing about it?
Thank you very much. I'll reserve that question to be answered by Professor Simon Thuranera, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Mary University of Science and Technology, when he comes up on the podium. Yeah, so let me give this chance now to Honorable Minister to respond to the question that he was asked, and then we shall have one more final round, possibly, and then we shall have the audience. We shall have another round of questions and answers.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Adi, and even as I respond to the question. In climate justice, the matter that we are discussing today, I look forward to a day when, like the principle in environment, we say the polluter pay principle. If you are the one who has caused pollution, you should be responsible for mitigating it. And but unfortunately, the one who suffers most is the one who never caused. He asked about whether we should consider affordability more than the life. Indeed, that is not so. It's not true. It is, in my opinion, a compromise. As much as we would want to ignore affordability, in designing projects, it must be realistic and achievable. If you put a project that will not be doing, let me give a good example so that we can all understand. If we could afford, as a country, would we be able to connect Chuka and Nyeri town through Mount Kenya, a distance that would be less than 100 kilometers, instead of going to Karatina and such. That would be safe, easy, and straight. But affordability would restrict us from doing that, and instead do the other longer route. In this process, therefore, we will not compromise safety, that is life, but we would also be looking at whether or not, as we look into safety, we'll also be funding the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are running short of time, but I would just appeal that we may have to extend by 30 minutes because we started late, but we'll try as much as possible to speed up. At this juncture, may I request the panelists to step down, and then as they do so, I'll ask the person in the control box to play some film briefly as they walk out. Professor Mutembei, Dr. Mithika, Joao, Minister, thank you very much. We may have to come back to you later if need be. Kindly clap for them. Now, at this point, may I invite yes, at this point, yes, at this point, I'm reminded that our chief guest today was not able to be here physically, is online. Should want to say something? Not yet. When she is ready, let me be alerted. Thank you very much. So the next panel, I would like to invite Professor Simon Ithuranira, Professor Gilbert Nduru, Honorable Minister Maureen. Oh, she left. Yeah, somebody to represent the youth, because we needed to interrogate their role into this. Who is going to represent? A lady. We need a lady now. Why is the Deputy President, Chuka University? Yes. You can be joined by another student leader from Embu from the University of Embu. Yes. Yeah. A lady, quickly. I said we play a clip as they come. Please, the people who are at the control box. A representative from the business community, Mr. Silas Kenywa. You can join the panel. And somebody from special group. Mr. Mawera, you can take up. Yes. Thank you very much. With us is Mr. Silas Kenywa, representing the business community. Then we have Professor Gilbert Nduru, DVC, Academic Affairs and Academic and Research Students, Academic Research and Students Affairs. The next is his counterpart from Meru University of Science and Technology, same docket. And then we have our Deputy President of Chuka University Students Association. She's Chebet, Madam Chebet. And then the other one is our counterpart from University of Embu. Yes, your name please? Gaudentia. Yes, and Mr. Mawera at the far end representing special group. Now, this will be perhaps the shortest round of discussion. And it will be eclectic. In other words, we are going to mix issues. There's a question that was asked, and I want this one to go to the professors who are in charge of academics and research. There's a question that was about what is the role of research. We have been doing a lot as universities and research institutions. what has been the impact of those research, the studies that we do. And I would like to give each one of them a minute or two to respond. Do you think the studies that universities, professors do have an impact in mitigating this phenomenon of climate disasters? I'll start with Professor Gilbert Nduru.
Thank you. I'm Professor Gilbert Nduru, a professor of environmental studies at Chuka University. I would wish to delve into this question from two perspectives. One is of the possibility and the impossibility. In that, as I had wanted to ask a question, actually, this is what I wanted to ask. And I think when the VC came to sit next to me, he told me, I will ask the question I wanted to ask.
It's okay.
Now you're asking me.
Now,
you are answering.
1 minute, please, because
so,
we don't have
colleagues,
much time.
One thing is about research, is that research is a way of searching for information in order to either bring in new information to explain what is not known that is affecting people so that people may know how to handle issues, or even clarifying information that is there in order to ensure that people understand how to utilize it or applying it better. A lot of research has been done already, and efforts to implement it have been done, maybe through conferences, workshops, and seminars that have been there. But I must confess that we have a saying in our place that where there is firewood, there is nothing to roast. And where there is something to roast, there is no firewood to do it. There is a lot of information with academia. We have done lots, and when you go into our archives, you'll find all these, actually all questions about climate change, what it is, what is the problem, and how to solve it,
please,
it's there.
Prof.
But the problem is that, let me finish, to say that the problem is that the people who generate the information are not the ones with the power to implement it. And therefore, there is a disconnect between the researchers and the people to implement, so that policy is not mainly influenced by information and research, rather it is informed by policymakers' interests.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Let's now go to Professor Simon Ithuranira. Professor Simon Ithuranira, as you have heard from your colleague, is that there's a lot of knowledge in the universities, but they do not have the resources to implement the recommendations that they come up with after they have done their studies. In your view, why is it that the academia cannot bridge the gap with the policymakers so that they collectively do their studies together so that they cut the period to implement those policies and for purposes of ownership? What is the problem? 1 minute or two.
Thank you very much. I remember there was also a question from the audience about how instructions in schools, universities can be used to also mitigate climate change. And I would like to say that, again, a policy should be in place, like in the new CPC, that issue of climate change should be focal even in the curriculum, all the way to the university. In many of the universities right now, they are doing away with the usual common units that are done in the universities. We are used to communication skills, HIV/AIDS. Maybe the disaster now is not things like HIV/AIDS, but the disaster is climate change. Now, the other issue you've talked about, my colleague has put it very well, about research. And I want to support, most of our research actually are lying in our libraries, including in this university, in our computers, gathering dust. But when the policymakers are making their policy, they don't normally consult even these researchers we have. Another issue is funding. I'm happy with what the government is doing with NACOSTI, NRF, and a certain percentage of the money of the government going into research. You'd be surprised, even AstraZeneca, which was developed by Oxford University, was done in conjunction with Kenyan scientists working in Kemri, in Ilamu, and those areas. But all the credit went to Oxford University.
Okay.
Finally, give me this second.
All right. 1 minute.
Our researchers have a problem with something called intellectual property. We don't protect our research. That's how it ends in the West. And we have brought that knowledge as very innovative from the West when it originated from our young and old researchers in this country and in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. My concern was why is it that the academia, now that we have the Honorable Minister here, okay, is an engineer, when you are coming up with a research project, being a government minister, if he is into that project, then that will actually make your findings more implementable because it's part of the process, something like that. Anyway, to the online audience, we are going to shift language briefly and then we'll come back, so please don't leave. We want to switch to Swahili. Bwana Silas Kenywa, wewe unawakilisha wale ambao wanafanya biashara.
Ni ukweli.
Mara nyingi tunaona wakati kuna majanga, pia biashara zinaathirika. Je, maoni yako ni gani kuhusu jukumu la wanabiashara katika kukabiliana na hili janga la majanga ambayo yanatokea kwa sababu ya mabadiliko ya hewa ama ambayo inaitwa kwa Kiswahili tabia nchi?
Nashukuru. Majina yangu ni Silas Kenywa, mwanabiashara Chuka Town, CEO Emergency Traders Limited. Nashukuru sababu ya swali ambalo nimeulizwa na niweze kusema ya kwamba shinda ni kwamba kuko na ngapu kubwa katikati ya wale wanafanya research na katikati ya wale wanapatiwa kazi ya kuimplement, sababu sisi kama wanabiashara tunawekwa kando, lakini wakati ule sasa maybe kumeingia shinda ya kifedha, mara ingine tunaingia kuombwa pesa hapa na pale, lakini kuhusishwa katika mipango kama hii sisi hatuhusishwi.
Nimenyamaza kwa muda kwa sababu ni mambo mazito hayo. Thank you so much. Yeah, that the business community is handily involved in the process of planning for disasters. They are only involved when they are required to contribute, to fund communities or populations that have been affected by disasters. I think that's it's a challenge to the government and other players in this space to ensure everybody is included. Thank you so much, Mr. Silas Kenywa.
Thank you too.
Yes, let's now explore the role of the youth in disaster management. The role of the youth. We have two leaders, students leaders. We know very well that young people have enormous potential. They are technologically adept. They are innovative. They have the energy. But now and then, when there are disasters, or when it comes to disaster preparedness, what should be the role of the youth now that you are in that category? How will you respond? Let's start with Madam Jebet.
Thank you, Dr. Kiboro. My name is Jebet. I am an LLB finalist and the Vice President of Chuka. Most importantly, I am a youth, or rather agency. So the role of the youth, in this, I'd say, first of all, the youth in this generation are revolutionary, as you saw recently in the Maandamano that we took part in. And something our Vice Chancellor mentioned is that he threw shade in agency language to the county government. I can say in that area, the youth can act as a watchdog. Same thing we did just recently. So we, in as much as the government is implementing and formulating policies, I can say the current youth, in as much as they are revolutionary and woke, they play a great role in that. The current youth are also educated. You cannot compare the youth in this generation to the youth in the 1960s. And by virtue of their education, they also play a role in, allow me to use the example of engineers, for instance, coming up with wind power projects, constructing cleaner, or coming up with inventions on cleaner energies. I'd also say the current youth, allow me to use the example of the Uasin Gishu County government. The Uasin Gishu County government passed an act that forbids the use of charcoal. If you look at that, most of the youth are the ones who are involved in charcoal burning and production. You cannot tell me a grandmother and a choma maka, it was the youth. Once that was passed, I can say the youth have ventured into other ways of making money.
Thank you.
So yes.
Thank you for your contribution. Madam Gaudentia, do you think the youth in Africa are adequately involved in making decisions that have to do with the climate change and the climate disasters? And if not, what should they do to be involved?
Thank you, Ms. Gaudentia Gesare, the Vice President from University of Embu. Yeah, so I don't agree the youths in Africa are not adequately involved. So I'll base this on the policy making. Our policies regarding climate change action, the youths are not majorly involved fully. And then there's this, you have said that the youths are very innovative and they come up with ideas that might help in climate justice. But the innovative ideas, they don't get a platform or the resources to be able to implement those actions. And also, I'll also agree with Prof, the DVC Meru. He said that we need to include climate change, involvement and education in our curriculum. So in creating that, the youth will be able to create awareness to the community and to the individuals regarding the same. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Mr. Mawera, you represent a special group, that is people living with a disability who are able differently. I'm sorry for that. Whenever disasters strike, already this is a vulnerable group. Their vulnerability is increased. Do you feel that people who are abled differently are sufficiently involved in matters to do with disaster planning and disaster management?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm Anthony Mara James, chairperson of Association for Persons with Disability in Tharaka Nithi County, and a specialist in special needs education. I would like to say that persons with disability are totally neglected in matters of climate change, and the real tragedy that affected Kenya recently, most of the people who are affected were persons with disability due to the floods that were here in Kenya. And what I would like to say is that persons with disability are totally left out in affairs that mostly affect us, especially in climate change. Because when you look at the forums like today, you find in Kenya, the persons with disability, for example, those are deaf, they make a 3% and you find them that they are not involved in such forums that are discussing matters of capping the disaster management. You find that issues to do with, take for example the floods that were here, many of the policies that are made, for example, how to deal with water menace, you find that these people, even if you look at the Olympics, they are the best swimmers that are there. They are the best coaches of swimming, and these people can be used to teach other people on how to escape in the case of, for example, water disaster.
He deserves a round of applause. I think that's a quite enlightening observation.
Yes, and I would like to caution my learned friend who was here. He's saying that in his past he used to swim in rivers, and right now
there are no rivers.
There are no rivers, and he is able to swim and escape a disaster due to ability of him swimming. I want to give him a challenge that after you are swimming in rivers, what did you do to make sure that these youths, I'm not a Generation Z, I'm a millennial, but I'm also affected so much. What did you do to make sure that these youths also swim the same way you are swimming? Because this is nature. Everyone likes swimming. You are not being taken to the rivers. Please let me finish. Let me wind up, please.
Okay.
Or what you did is to bring us swimming pools around and start charging money for us, comrades, to go and swim in these swimming pools, and we don't have even money to get our food and pay for swimming pools.
Thank you very much.
What is the county government doing to make sure that we have public swimming pools where we can go and train swimming without paying money the way you are doing in the rivers? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mawere. I can see you have a lot to say, but let's stop at that. In fact, you have asked a fundamental question about sustainability. That whatever you do you have in mind the question of sustainability? Thank you so much, panelists. While you are there, we'll take questions, and in this particular order. We are going to have 3 questions from behind. 3 questions, or from this row, we have 3 rows, right? Yes. From this row, the middle row, and the other row. Just, I'll reduce the questions. 2 questions, and let them be balanced. Yes, so you can start from here. Yes. Perhaps you can answer the question, where did the rain start beating us?
Thank you
Anyway.
so much for giving me the chance. My name is Patrick Martin Ndwandei, Vice Chair, Tarakanidhi CSO Network. I'm just giving a comment, or rather, something like an input. In the past, because you asked, where did the rain start beating us?
Correct.
It is when we started farming at the swamps. Most of our swamps have been taken. There's farming there. So the people downstream never get water. The swamps which were there, which were used to evaporate and then we have water, is not there. So we have that problem. The next problem is when we think about farming, especially if you look back at at from 1961 when we saw the biggest rain ever seen in our country. From that time, the government did not think about rains coming in that format any other time. So we are met without
being prepared.
So the government, when they say we should go about 10 meters from the river, that is never followed. So the county government and the national government should think about how to protect these rivers, protect the swamps, so that we can go back to where we are in the.
Thank you very much. I think it deserves a lot of applause. Thank you. Let's take another question.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, okay. This is from the fourth estate, from the media.
Yes, my name is Brian Mukundi from Chuka University Radio. My question I'll direct to the business fraternity, the business owners. Some time ago, we had that NEMA, the body that controls pollution, banned the usage of plastic bags. Currently now, mostly you can concur with me, when you walk here at market, utafungiwa smocha kwa karatasi ya plastic. So business owners, what are you doing in such cases? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nashukuru sana sababu ya swali lako, lakini ukweli ni kwamba kazi ya kuimplement the sheria sio ya wanabiashara.
Thank you very much. The problem lies with the law enforcement officers. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr.
I think you can see this is really a topical issue that warrants the discussion. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Mine is an input. We have been having a program from the national government. My name is Lacton Mogambi from the CSOs and also Tharaka University. We have been planting trees. We aim to plant 15 billion trees. For me, I see it like we are just doing it for the sake, based on the approach the government is doing. We need to, once we plant, we have to think of growing. Sidio? Chuka University participated in tree planting. Hiyo miti yote ingapi mekauka? Let me ask, because we have to think of nurturing these trees because we need to be at the front line. So the government, including the county government, I'm a budget champion. I know you have a 2% fund for disaster response. How are you trying it to grow trees which you planted? Are you together?
Okay.
The other thing is on how our leaders are approaching things. Yes, we come up with very good policies. Our VC talked of cash cows. They come up with the 15 billion initiative, lakini wanaangalia ile pesa watakula namna gani. Are you together? So we have to be at the front line as people who have been affected by the issue of climate change to ensure the policies that are there have been executed in the appropriate way.
Thank you very much. So he's addressing himself to the viability of climate actions that we undertake and also the question of the leadership that is there in Africa. Yes, let me have that one from that side. And then the next question will come from our lady.
Thank you, Dr. All protocol observed. My question goes to Engineer Getty. Engineer Getty mentioned something that struck into my mind.
Okay.
About structure using return period, designing structures like bridges and whatever. The other day there was a rumor that Kenya might experience cyclones alongside our coastline. If we would have experienced a cyclone along the coastline, could we manage, are the structures that are in coast, could they withstand the pressure and the force the cyclone come with? And are we even talking about, suppose because of the climate change we might be struck at certain point, are we prepared for that? Do we have the capacity?
So engineer, do we have the infrastructure that we have or with the kind of infrastructure that we put up, how resilient is it to threats of climate disasters? That is the question.
The other question, Doc, is about planning. We have talked about planning for quite some time, and we have said about there are so many policies that are lying in the cells. Now, one time I encountered colonial plan that was in defining and designing the settlement pattern in this country, Kenya. It was disregarded. I found it in the regional headquarters when I was facilitating Meru delineation. So how are we in these discussions trying to put pressure on the government so that they don't respond on emotional basis? Because once the disaster strikes us, we are very emotional. How do we put the pressure to the government to implement the settlement pattern? Because I'm sure, even what Medeka has talked about swimming and whatever, it's because there was no design and implementation of settlement pattern.
Okay.
That is what we are experiencing the problem today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to have a question from the lady, and then the other one, from the lady, please. We are towards the tail end of this town hall. We are just getting the final questions, and then we shall have a conclusion.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chepkoe Sharon from Chuka University. Yes, climate justice is us trying to get a nexus, an harmonious nexus between people, planet, and profits. But unfortunately, this is a comment to the youths who are seated here and also students. What happens is that we try so much to be fighting for climate justice, but whenever there are projects, even in our county level or in our national government, for instance, the FLOCA project, I don't know if some of you knows about it. I happened to attend public participations of FLOCA projects, but unfortunately I was the only youth. I come from Kericho County. But so what happens is that sometimes we tend to think that youths, we haven't been given a platform to iron out our issues concerning climate change and climate justice. But we do not take up the opportunities that are presented to us. My question is this. We have been talking about the issues of policies not implemented. We have been attending international forums like the Conference of Parties 28, 27, 26. What is it that we are not doing that these policies are not implemented? Because if we continue talking about policies not being implemented, then we are not achieving what is called climate justice, because we have to have policies that are up and running or are practical in nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are now having 5 minutes to conclude, and allow me not to take any more questions. Kindly allow me not to take more questions. Yeah, from church representative, that one I will grant. So let us ask the question, and let that one be the last question, and then we shall have, yes, from academia. Dr. Kubai is protesting. He says that you'll not be satisfied if he does not ask a question. 1 minute. Yeah, I want you to share the 3 minutes. Each one of you. No, first ask and then you give him.
Okay.
Yeah, you're very generous with your time.
Thank you, Daktari. Mine is a simple question. My name is Mary. I am a theological student, and I belong to PCA Church here.
Okay.
So my question is, whenever we have issues of these disasters, the church is busy praying. In fact, issues come to the church when we see livestock dying and the people being threatened by the floods. We start fasting and praying. That is when the church comes in. So my question is, these researchers, these people who come up with the research, and they bring to the government, whether they do it or not, we don't know. They are in their shelves, and they are accumulating dust, the reports that they get, the research. I'm asking, is it possible for the church to be incorporated in the migration measures instead of being incorporated in the system when it comes to praying? Yeah,
Thank you. You know, before Dr. Kubai, you speak, that's a mind-provoking question. When a disaster strikes, do prayers provide solutions? So we are throwing this question to academia. It's an area that the academy can pick up and do research and come up with recommendations. But it's a very, very good question. For how long shall we keep praying? I think the scriptures also say, prayer without action, it is dead. So, however much we pray, someone is saying you need to know whom you are praying to. Dr. Kubai, your question.
Thank you very much. I really looked forward to ask a few questions to all the panelists and be able to link whatever is happening in our community as we give the youth power to think. Number one, our patriotism. Where are we standing as a country, as youth, as old people, as academia, in terms of climate change? We just talk and talk and talk. When it is 2 meters, we don't go 2 meters. So that is one area and food for thought.
Thank you. We said 1 minute.
Number
You are sharing the 3 minutes.
Number two, what is the nexus of climate change and health? We have talked so much, but people are becoming shorter and shorter every day. I said that somewhere else. My generation ahead of me, people are a bit taller. Do we think that climate change has direct effect on this? Number three.
It's okay, Doctor. You're making them brief. I was actually checking my height
Yes.
when you asked the question.
Number three. As we talk about disease, one of the comrades here is a lawyer saying that climate change is a disease. Meru County and the Rakanidi County, we are leading in cancer cases. We should attack the source. And our CEO said attack the source of climate change. Then protect the host, then interrupt transmission. How? We should not blame ourselves so much.
Yeah, kindly be
We
brief.
should find
Conclude,
out where
Doctor.
the problem is and then address the problem. Once we do that, the issues of cancer, the issue of other things will be addressed in good time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the last question. I think you're privileged to be the last person to ask the question.
Thank
or
you very
to
much.
comment, whichever.
Yes, I've been longing for this opportunity since we started. My name is Kenneth Jage, a graduate from Chuka University in the class of Community Development. I would like to confirm that Kericho County and Tharaka-Nithi County are totally two different counties, where if one youth is showing up in Kericho, in Tharaka-Nithi we show up, but we are not given opportunities. Personally, I've been very many platforms concerning change, and actually I've been participating in budget making process for the 2024-2025 financial year. And I would like to confirm that in Tharaka-Nithi youths are totally not incorporated, are not involved at all. It's so unfortunate that a person who is representing youths in the county government does not even consider youths. So I would like to say that in matters climate change, the youths are not somewhat. The reason being is that they say that we do not have experience. Relatively, they are just ignoring the knowledge of youths, just the same way they ignored us yesterday. So I would like to say that, I would like to ask a question to, because we were told not to speak mother tongue language, I would like to ask a question to Engineer Chair Giti. Yeah. So every county government is given quite chunk of money to respond to disaster management. As the Tharaka-Nithi County, how are you as the government doing to respond to the crisis of disasters, especially now we are approaching the drought season, especially in the Tharaka constituency. So how are you doing to respond to those disasters?
Thank you very much. I think he has
the very last minute, please. Having some rivers drying in Tharaka Nithi County, how is county government of Tharaka Nithi ensuring that, because now rivers are drying, they're going to bring more water so that people from Tharaka Nithi can practice agriculture for sustainability?
All right, Kennedy,
Thank you very much.
I think the minister has been able to pick your question. Now we have to conclude, but since a question has been posed and we're expecting an answer, I'm going to give the Honorable Minister 2 minutes, kindly. Honorable Minister, respond to
Thank you.
those
I will be very brief, and thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
the interest that the youth are showing in matters and development and involvement. I would want to say that we are endeavoring and we will continue to involve youth in our programs, and you can attest, the Minister for Youth in the Tharaka Nithi County Government is a youth, a young lady, and represents youth in a fair way, and she was here, you saw. Disaster management is multidisciplinary. In Tharaka Nithi County, our intention, and indeed we have disaster committees that is multidisciplinary, involving the county government, the national government led by the county commissioner, the police, Kenya Red Cross, the disaster authority, and all, including the civil society. I must say, then we must see element of youth in that grouping. Honorable Marota did ask the matter of return period. I want to be very brief. I said that in the past, because of climate change effects were not as common, the return periods were regular and could be predicted. Today, they are not predictable anymore. And you did ask whether if we got Katrina in the coast, we were ready. Really, we weren't. We are not, as a country and as a society. But most of our designs, especially from buildings in Kenya today, put into effect the effect of winds and earthquakes in our design. That's why, if you have lived for more than 20 years, you know that the disaster of 1998, actually slightly more, that hit a cooperative house. The house was hit, all the window panes were down, but the house was left standing.
Truth.
Is it not true?
True.
It means it was designed to absorb such, remain standing, but you have to make it light so that the windows and the panes would go away. Of course, you hurt a few people, but it is safer when it is done that way than if the whole building came down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Even the few people may not be hurt if they are aware of how to respond to such disasters. Many thanks to the panelists, many thanks to the audience, many thanks for the sponsors of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of our town hall discussion, which has been quite provoking in terms of our thought processes. And what I would like to tell you is that this town hall is intended to generate actionable insights that will help in preventing and managing climate disasters in Africa. Let this not be just the end of the discussion. Let it actually build momentum even after we close the discussion. This town hall, it was one of the prevent for the Nairobi Summer School, which is commencing on 24th, that is Monday, where we shall have participants. Okay. Where we shall have participants from 85 countries, all of them convening here at Chuka University. 87 countries, I beg your pardon, and it will be taken through various modules. And we are expecting that through such programs, then we shall have a proactive youth who are going to be active when it comes to matters to do with the climate disasters, climate actions, and the climate justice. Now, as I conclude, there's one participant who is begging for a minute to say a word. I think it would be very unkind of me not to grant him that opportunity. And after that, we shall have closing prayers, and then before the closing prayers, after After he speaks, then I'm going to invite the Vice Chancellor Chuka University, Professor Henry Mutembe, to say something, and then we shall have the prayers and the national anthem, and then we shall have a cup of tea and conclude. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. It's a concern of the Tharaka-Nithi Civil Society Organizations Development Network that there is so much work that has been done by the national government, the county government, and the CSOs in terms of restoring our degraded environments. And there are concerns that we are not really putting in structures that would support the growing, taking care of the trees that we have already planted. So for this particular reason, we have two simple concepts. We have one simple concept that we would wish to share with the guests for today, Dr. Midhika Mwanda, and the representative to our sister Charlene.
That will be done later. Thank you so much for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Christopher Kiboro. Thank you for the moment I've had with you. At this juncture, may I welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Mutembe, to come and address you. Prof.
Thank you. Mine is just to thank everybody for participating in this discussion. Can we start by clapping for a gentleman where the online people are saying he has been very tough on the discussants? That's what I heard even from the chief guest. That gentleman is tough. So can we give him a round of claps? Can we also clap for all the panelists? Can we clap for all of us? Mine is today, even if you didn't go home with something, can you go home with the fact that there is space for everybody? Everybody can contribute. He just told you. You find plastics there. It is not his job. He will sell plastics if you don't implement the policy. That's what you're saying. So Wanagiti, hiyo shida ni yako. The youth have said, they are Gen Z. If you don't use them well, they'll divert energy to other issues, isn't it? Utilize them, participate them. That's what they are saying. Allow them to use their knowledge to give you solutions. That's what I have heard. Academia are saying, we can do research. And if you don't want our research, we shall continue getting scientific papers and promotions while the things last where? In the library. Isn't it? Can you, Wanagiti, use the researchers to inform you the mind of this gentleman so that you're not going to throw away the plastics in the market? That is what we are being told. The church is telling you. It is ready for you. Don't always go there when they need their disasters for prayers. They are also tired of praying for you. That is what they are saying. Can you involve them in the research? Some people say disaster must be taught by who and who. It is what Wanamedeka said. It is all encompassing, isn't it? Can we all participate in it from the cycle, mitigation, response, isn't it? Recovery. All those areas we have a role. And all of us, somebody talked about values. Can we stop using human disasters to make money for ourselves? That's one of the things I faced when I interfaced. I was integrated in the national disaster. Tunatoka tunaenda Malawi, Mozambique water, cyclone. I was one of them. You know, when you sit back, people tell you the per diem they are getting and everything. Then I asked myself, am I in the wrong place? People should be thinking about how to respond, how to recover well, and mitigate, isn't it? Not about pockets of Mutembe and the rest. This one I'll say without regrets. That is one of the where the lane started. Huyu mzee hapa, he has gray hair. 1963 mafuriko ilikuwa, si ndio? Ilikuwa 1963 until mahali tunaenda na 61, mahali tunapanda kaua, wale walipanda siku hiyo inaitwa mafuriko, si ndio? Lakini mpaka wa leo we have never been prepared, because we want all the mafurikos to repeat themselves so that my pocket can become fatter and fatter. That is the problem. Let us all come together and manage them together. With all those, I want to invite all of you to be back here on Monday. The ministry will be here. They'll really do the key and also open the symposium. We have very many people will be around. Those of us, there will be red colors, white colors, and black colors. And one thing I say, she's an alumni, isn't it? You said you are alumni. You will never know. There will be no I am who and who. They are all going to be students in one class. They will be taught by very senior people in the world, including Kebuda Kebwana. He will be teaching. There will be professors Chinedu from Nigeria. There will be Patrick Board from South Africa. There will be others from America. To us, those are practitioners. Listen. Unfortunately, other than the opening session, the others, it is already a class that is selected. So come for the opening so that you get the opening and leave the ones who have been selected to continue for the next 2 weeks. Thank you very much, and welcome them. When you see them in the communities, they are staying in 9 hotels around Chuka, and they will live here to the community people. To the hotels alone, 8 million. Paying for 15 days, isn't it? What they will buy around is another story, isn't it? And the culture they will bring here is another story. Some of them might become your in-laws. Thank you very much, and God bless you. So can we have my DVC finance come and give us the final prayer? This is in your docket. You can also tell them whether you've done well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mine is to echo our Vice Chancellor. We had been looking forward for this day. We have prepared for many days and many months, and want to thank every one of you because it has been successful, and want to thank our God. We are not thanking him because we are in disasters, but we want to thank him because it has been a fruitful event. So with those few remarks, I want us to close with a word of prayer. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you at this moment with thanksgiving in our hearts. We want to thank you because this is the day that you had set aside, and this is the day that you have said that we will gather here, we will discuss matters of climate, we will discuss matters that will improve livelihoods, and we will discuss matters for the well-being of our people. We want to thank you because you have done so. We want to thank you for the lessons that we have learned today, that you may continue giving us strength to implement them, and wherever we have identified gaps, we know you are going to give us strength to fill them. We want to thank you as we part. We pray that you may continue being with us and guiding us and leading us as per your plans. For we pray this shortly, trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
So the national anthem. The national anthem kindly.
Mungu nguvu yetu. Tupate na ustawi. Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
In a world facing climate catastrophe, disruptive ideas are needed to catalyze economy-wide transformation. Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, an intergenerational initiative designed to share, learn, and network on these groundbreaking ideas. Building up on this year's African Union's theme, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, we are pushing for resilient education systems to ensure inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning for African youth, empowering them to tackle climate challenges head-on. Our school offers tailor-made course modules developed and delivered by outstanding scholars, experts, researchers, and community activists from both the Global South and North. Africa's leading climate justice strategists and activists also contribute the invaluable insight.
We are going to take tea and snacks, ground floor, first floor, and second floor. So you don't have to congest in the respective floors. Ground floor, first floor, and second floor. Tea and snacks will be served.
This unique program is a timely opportunity for long-standing scholar activists, community-based scholars, and the younger generation of climate justice advocates. We focus on a society-wide approach, welcoming sectoral experts and frontline activists from diverse educational and cultural backgrounds. With a strong and growing alumni network, we've set the benchmark for Africa's climate policy discourse and intervention strategies. Over 3 cohorts, we've trained over 1,000 participants from Africa, Latin America, Asia, and the Caribbean. The Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice Cohort 4 will be hosted by Chuka University in collaboration with a consortium of universities from the Mount Kenya East region from June 23rd to July 7th, 2024. Together, we're awakening, equipping, and inspiring a new generation of actors in Africa and globally to advance climate justice, including intra- and intergenerational equity.